Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Everyone on, I've been Frank on YouTube. Let me know if you can hear me loud and clear. I need to test. Test, 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 test. Yeah. All right. And I think I'm gonna end up changing. I'm gonna end up changing this title. All right, wait a minute. Let's see. Just waiting for the judge to come on. And I am going to change this title. I don't know why I continue to listen to him. I am going to change it. I want to talk about. All right. Should we celebrate Kwanzaa? That, take that out, take that out. Should we celebrate Kwanzaa? There, done. All right. I'm assuming he's logging on. Yes, Dana, how much? Hey, much love. I think you've been freak. All right, so you guys could hear me on YouTube. Good, 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 good. So there's several things we're gonna talk about. Should we celebrate Kwanzaa? I just changed the title because that's what I put on YouTube. But we're gonna touch on Israel. We're gonna touch on Iran, Gaza, and of course Kwanzaa. Did I spell Israel wrong or right? I spelled it right. Okay. And no, I spelled it wrong. Let me correct. Israel. Yep. There. Done. All right. So, why you put your thumbs down? I don't understand that. Where are you? And I'm like, maybe we shouldn't. Karinga was definitely used by. Yeah, he was. The judge, like, he didn't really want to talk about it, but I'm like, listen, it's still an algorithm here on X. You wanted to say something, Rod?
Oh yeah, I just put my thumbs down because you was asking if you spelled it wrong. I wasn't trying to be funny.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did a spell check on Google and it's like it's an A before the E.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay. Yeah. So I'm just waiting for the judge to come up. Hopefully more people come in, but I don't know. I don't think I like this time thing. I don't like this time thing, and I got to stop listening to him, asking him the time. I'm just going to start telling him the time.
That's how you gotta do it.
Yeah, and I'm also stop asking him, well, what do you want to talk about? No, I'm just going to tell him because it's like I think for algorithm purposes, like your listeners, they don't want to talk about what's going on over in Israel in the Middle East. Um, I mean that could be part of the conversation, but it's like what is trending? Kwanzaa is trending amongst other stuff, but yeah.
Agree with
Uh
you.
right. So, to him it's like it's like tedious, but sometimes it's not about being tedious. Okay, here he goes. Let me see. Invite as host. I sent you a host invite. It should pop up.
I'm gonna go back to listen. I'm just at work still, so I'm
Okay.
just
Yeah, a
listening.
lot of people went back to work today.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for coming up.
You're welcome.
Can you hear me, Judge? You have to unmute. You need to unmute. You're still muted.
I thought I had unmuted. Okay.
Yeah, no. So I was saying earlier before you came up, going forward, I'm not going to ask you what time. I'm just going to give you a time because we need to do it early in the day or later in the evening. This 5 o'clock is not working. And I'm not going to ask you what you want to talk about. I'm just going to tell you because for algorithm purposes, I changed the title to Should We Celebrate Kwanzaa? However, I did put the hashtag Israel, hashtag Iranian, hashtag Gaza, and hashtag Kwanzaa, because it's like what is going to get people into the room, and a lot of people, they don't really care what's going on over there in Israel. They don't. And it's like you may not want to talk about Kwanzaa, but I think people need to understand, whether with your point of view on Kwanzaa and the history behind it. So whether you
Person
are
that started it, Ron Karenga, was a snitch for the LAPD special units, what became SIS. He got a lot of black people who were trying to get things done killed and compromised a lot of others. He was a personal enemy. He's a sleaze. He tortured black women. He did a year in one day in the California penitentiary. In less than a month after he got out, he was made a tenured professor in the California State University system. The sleaze came in and tried to move on some new black students we had gotten in UCLA and intimidate them so he could take over what we had set up was a black studies program. We ran his fat ass off, and Kwanzaa got set up in 1966 in Lamert Park for the specific purpose of spying on black folk. In the first few sessions and meetings they had, his clowns were taking shorthand notes, and a bunch of us got hauled in regularly to talk with FBI agents about what we had said. And these were direct quotes that these characters had taken down with shorthand notes. So I consider a treason to the black cause and a pretext. Now, the other thing is Swahili is not an African language. It's a pidgin language set up by the Arabs and the Dutch to facilitate the slave trade that still existed on the east coast of Africa, along with the ivory trade that lasted into the early 20th century. Now, I refuse to celebrate it.
so
That's my
you don't
position.
celebrate Kwanzaa because of Ron Karenga and it was a made up fictitious holiday.
It was a made up, fictitious plot to get an opportunity to spy on the black community in LA. And remember, this is 1 year. This isn't even a year hardly after the so-called Watts uprising in August 1965, where the black folk there scared the hell out of the whole damn country when they burnt the city down.
Right. I want to ask people as they're coming into the room, can you please tweet out this space? I know a lot of people went back to work today, and if that's the case, they're just getting off work and you're in transit. But we're going to talk about a multitude of things. The question is, should we celebrate Kwanzaa? No, we shouldn't, and the judge will be explaining why if you have any questions. Also, on Christmas Day, and I also put this in the Jumbotron, right? Mario Nafal. He's very popular on X, and he said the U.S. conducted retaliatory strikes on Iranian-backed forces in Iraq after their base was attacked. So listen, there were airstrikes going on. Iranian military striking Israel, U.S. striking Iranian military. You had Ukraine blew up a Russian ship, and they said if it was a full crew on board, everyone dead. It was literally war going on yesterday while we over here in America was celebrating Christmas because we're pampered poodles, where it was havoc and hell happening on the other side of the world. Um, and that was going to be the title. My original title, what would happen? What would happen if Israel loses the war? And I should have kept that one. And then I changed it to will we have war? So again, for X algorithm purposes, you got to talk about something that's trending. But all of these things are trending. So it's a plethora of subjects. Kwanzaa and the war over in Israel. Because I'm just going to call it what it is. It's a war.
Well, let me say this. Young people, you need to pay careful attention. They can reinstate the draft, and this time, ladies, you'll get caught in it too. So you better pay attention to stuff that might set that up. The volunteer military is short on personnel as it is. And the last thing that I think you would enjoy is getting another opportunity to see Asia, this time not Southeast, but Northeast Asia. I seriously doubt you will find it pleasant, or shall we say, the far Northwest Pacific, aka South China Sea, and what's going on around and about Taiwan, where you don't really want to be anywhere near because hopefully the U.S. Navy has not been too badly underfunded and under resourced. Now, that is a thing that ought to be playing on your minds because it can happen.
Right.
The draft is not outlawed. They just don't have it right now, but they can reinstate it. So,
Yeah. I don't know if we have enough soldiers, and they probably going to have to, but
they don't.
and we are headed towards World War III.
No, you're not headed to World War III.
You don't think
World
so?
War III, I think, is going to be like poison gas was in World War II. They had tried it in World War I, but nobody on either side wanted to be involved with that nasty stuff. So everybody sort of held off of it. The U.S. dropped 2 nukes on Japan, and after the hellacious consequences of that, I think that there is enough common sense left in the world to stay away from a nuclear holocaust, which would be World War III. But high tech being what it is, I think there might be a shoot 'em up, and the People's Republic of China could use a little bit of population reduction. They've got 1.3 billion people. That's 1,320,000,000, and we have 360 million. So they've got 1 billion more people than us, but they want to get their population down ideally somewhere around 700 to 900 million. And this is a way to fast forward on that. So they need to get a good shoot 'em up going so they can get a cadre of military personnel who've been tested under fire. So they get non-coms and field grade officers who've passed the test of the hot and heavy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The U.S. does have the advantage of having a lot of senior non-coms and field grade officers and above who have been shot at and passed the baptism of fire.
All right, so it says Biden orders strikes on Iranian group in Iraq after 3 U.S. service members wounded. President Joe Biden ordered strikes against Iranian-backed militia groups after 3 U.S. service members were injured in a drone attack in northern Iraq. The U.S. conducted strikes on 3 facilities used by Kataib is Hezbollah and affiliated groups in
Hezbollah.
Hezbollah and affiliated groups in Iraq, resulting in the destruction of the facilities and likely deaths of militias. The Iraq government criticized the strikes as violation of sovereignty and detrimental to bilateral relations between U.S. and Iraq.
See, what's going on in Israel is interesting, which is the center of this whole thing. This goes back more than 100 years to what the colonial powers were doing at the turn of the 20th century in the area. This goes back more than 75 years to the guilt trip that was going on amongst the European powers for not doing something to protect their Jewish communities from what wound up happening in Germany under the Nazi regimes. And it goes back further than that. It goes back to the time of the Crusades, 1099. So that's almost 1,000 years. And it goes back before that to the fact that the Arabic world discovered Islam in the 5th century, and that spread. Then you've got a thing that goes back about 2,000 years before that. And it's got to do with it's referenced in the biblical Old Testament, and you get what essentially is a system of ethnic cleansing that is carried out by the Mosaic troops as they leave Egypt, coming back to the promised land.
Well,
the Old Testament and Exodus is rife with those references. Read between the lines and you'll get it. Now, there is this old proverb that's called, be careful what you do. You might just get it.
Mm-hmm.
And another one which says, what goes around comes around. Now, it's been over X the last few days where some of the posts have been some of the press releases, conferences, and statements made in public by the current Israeli leadership. And it's not nice. It's almost genocidal when it comes to calls to exterminate the Gazian population or run them out or engage in ethnic cleansing or the equivalent of what the European in America had. The only good Indian is a dead Indian type philosophy. And they're talking about the only good Ghazian or Palestinian is a dead one. Kill the women and children as well. And that's not going to sit anywhere, and particularly after the World War II experience. Israel is not a place that ought to be producing that kind of sentiment, but it is, and the rest of the world pays attention to it. So that's not good. Now, the ultimate long-term strategic situation is this. The Arabic Islamic community can lose over and over and over again, and nothing will happen, except they lose, and they can build up their strength. If Israel loses one time, it's all over for them. And I think, considering the passion that some people have, Israel will use some of its nukes. And that is where we do not want to go if it comes to this kind of catastrophic loss. The other thing is that in the Middle East, what you have is a situation where your traditional European battlefield that was perfected in tactic and technique by Erwin Rommel, Montgomery for the English, and then Patton in the U.S. Army in World War II, where they have tanks, artillery, aircraft, and the infantry in a mechanized fashion, operating on a modern peer war basis. What happens is that in Gaza, they've gone to an asymmetric war, read guerrilla, read partisan war, that the Israelis proved pretty good at 70 some years ago, 75 years ago. And the Gazians are proving pretty adept at now, Hamas and all of the rest. And the United States invented the process in modern times. What with the Revolutionary War, 1776 on up until 1784. Before that, the manifestation was carried out by the Germans and sometimes the Gauls when they fought the Romans. The chieftains would send their sons to join the Roman armies or the legions so they could learn how the Romans fought war. And when they had studied it, they'd bring it back and occasionally turn it against the Romans. So that has been going on for a very, very long time. And there are all sorts of senses of betrayal. There's Al-Andalus, which used to be Spain, which is now Spain. And you had the conversios, such as we've all heard of Ferdinand and Isabella. They financed Columbus and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That went on for that. But Ferdinand or Fernando was a conversio. He was a staunch Catholic who ruled for 36 some years after his wife died. And he presided over the early part of the Inquisition under Torquemada. But Fernando was a conversio, meaning he was a converted Jew. So there was a great deal of betrayal felt by the Jewish and Islamic communities in Spain when the Christians reasserted themselves in the late 15th century. Now, we have a great deal of influence between what happened there and what happened in the rest of the Mediterranean area that had fallout eventually into the early 20th century and what went on in the Palestinian area. So we got one hell of a mess, and the United States, Russia, and China need to step in, put their feet down, and say, hey, this is going to change. You're going to resolve this before this place blows up and before you get wiped out. And start going.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
All right. I want to bring this into the equation because throughout this conversation, you probably going to be going back and forth throughout history. I don't want it to be like a long dissertation on history, but because I want to stay current. But when you have to go back to explain what is happening current, please do so. But Iran, right? Because this is what I came up. This is why I came up with this topic. What will happen if Israel loses? I just changed it to the original one. Iran ratchets up uranium enrichment following threats against Israel. So Iran has ramped up its production of near weapons grade uranium. The UN nuclear watchdog said Tuesday. The Persian Gulf nation has tripled its production of highly enriched uranium, reversing what had been lengthy slowdown of enrichment that began last summer. So it says now they're enriching uranium up to 60% purity at a rate of 9 kilograms per month as its pilot fuel enrichment plant. Now, a quote from the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd J. Austin, says, let me be clear, the president and I will not hesitate to take necessary action to defend the United States, our troops, and our interests. So I think that was the attack that happened in Iraq.
Yeah, and some of that is not good diplomatically. I mean, you sign up to go in harm's way, and this sounds very much like what happened with Tonkin Golf, and LBJ got lied to by the chiefs of staff about what was going on. He okayed some stuff, and we wound up with Vietnam, and that's something young folk I don't think you want to go through.
Right. So
So this is something that you ought to be acutely interested in, because I don't have to go. I'm too old. Dana doesn't have to go. She's too old, but you're not.
but my son is not. He's 25.
Well, he might be on the marginal ends. They usually start with the 18-year-olds first. Now,
Mm.
that's one of the reasons that my generation has so many educated people, is that was one way to get a deferment. You got a 2A and you stayed out if you were a full-time college student. You weren't, you got a nice year-long tour in the NOM, which wasn't too cool. So,
So
yeah,
war does not happen a lot of times like overnight. Like they're planning. It looks like they're planning for it.
it looks like it's a clumsy effort of inexpert diplomats bungling. It looks like Biden can't do a damn thing because he's compromised to China, because he took a big $10 million bribe from them, along with his son getting one, and Obama too. And that's on some of the White House tape stuff that's on those 3 laptops that I got a chance to look at the downloads of last year. And we are not getting what we need. They need to have somebody with some good diplomatic sense, and this clown has never had much. He's always been bombast and bullshit.
Mhm.
Now, the Constitution charges him with being the chief diplomat, but he can't even get up a damn staircase without falling down. And he falls down diplomatically all the time. In his whole career, he's done that.
All right. So anybody want to request to come up, please do so. Like I said, the question is, what will happen if Israel loses? And talking about what's going on over there between them and Gaza, but it's really between them and you have Iran, you have Russia, China, Ukraine, you have all this stuff in play right now, right? And then also Kwanzaa, the first question I had up, should we celebrate Kwanzaa? All right, so
Let me
Arkansas.
say
Oh,
this.
oh,
Let
okay,
me
go ahead,
add
and then I'll
one
go to
little quick
Arkansas.
point. Let me add one little quick point. My old man took me to Vegas one time when I was in elementary school. And you know why he took me to Vegas? Because it was known as Atomic City. They used to set off atomic bombs out in the desert, and you could see them from Vegas. So they would announce it, and people would go rent hotel rooms. And they had colored only, right? Then black folk couldn't go into casinos like they can now. But my old man rented a room, and we drove up there. And I witnessed one morning, and that was a primitive one in the low kiloton yield range. Somewhere I think they announced it was 16 kilotons, about the size of what they dropped on Hiroshima. And that stuff can be fired out of an artillery shell now, let alone dropped out of something or fired in a missile with programmable yields. And you're talking 15, 25, 30, 40, 50, 110, 210 kilotons, not 19, not 16 like they dropped on Hiroshima. That stuff is frightful. I mean, it's morning, it's dark, and then it all of a sudden is high noon. And you got this blast 30 some miles away, 50 miles away, 35 miles away, you can see. and then the ground shakes from 35 miles away, and then the sound hits you. That is nothing to mess with. That is not something we want where they're popping off a lot of those at one time.
Go ahead, Arkansas, and like I said, anybody else trying to request to come up, please do so. And can everybody please tweet out this space? Arkansas? Yeah.
Yes. and 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 what the judge articulated is something that I think most people, most normal people, are not realizing. These people who are part of the diplomatic corps of the Joe Biden administration don't believe in diplomacy. They all are in way over their heads, and you can see that in the rhetoric that they express. These people are going to the rostrum in America and telling Americans that, number one, Russia is losing. The audience for that rhetoric is America, and these people, they act like nobody else can hear what they're saying to Americans. They act like no one else in the rest of the world actually knows what is happening in Israel, in Ukraine, in Iran. They behave as if everybody else is dumb. They're whispering it to this crowd and nobody else in the world. The rest of the world is looking at Blinken. They're looking at what's the little crazy woman, Noodleman. She's Noodleman, who was the cause of the first war in Ukraine that overthrew the elected official and installed a Nazi regime. And the reason that Crimea left Ukraine is because they didn't want to be ruled by Nazis. And Blinken and I almost said Bush, Blinken and all of his other crew, Corinne Jean-Pierre, whatever her name is, they are talking as if no one knows what the truth is. And they're so radical and they're so unpredictable that if you even dare utter anything that's counter to their lie, they will attack you viciously. And all of their other little accolades will pile onto you to try to berate you and beat you down. So I think it's very important to understand if Israel loses, which if Israel loses, it's all over. It's done. If Israel suffers, if Israel gets close to suffering a military defeat, Blinken, the United States, Milley, and what's the little goofy black general's name? They're going to war. They're going to send sons and daughters. I'm like the judge. I'm too old to go to war. Well, unless I was in Ukraine, and then 58 would be kind of prime for them right now. If Israel comes to the face of losing, and if Iran, which they were trying to goad Iran into this thing, if that happens, you're going to see Americans being deployed to the Middle East to a massacre. Because that initial civilization, Iran, Iraq, and every other entity in there who understands the consequences of America imposing just an unfettered will in the Middle East is going to come to the aid of Palestine. And that people is that could be the end of civilization. Literally, not rhetorically. The end to civilization.
Sir, you're right on point. The problem is Israel cannot lose, because if they do, they'll take everybody down with them that they can. The Islamic community is not going to give up, even though they can lose over and over again. And it's not going away, because this is thousands of years long. It's tied up with a whole lot of stuff. And see, Israel, unfortunately for itself, and this is not understood by many, Israel has become a surrogate for the leftovers of the Christian crusades that were launched in 1099 against the Islamic world. And Israel let itself become that. I guess they had no other option. But right now, you go over in the Middle East and you run into people, and they've got a coffee bar, and they're singing stuff or chanting, or there's a storyteller. And this is in the 21st century, and he's telling a story about something that happened in the 12th century with Saladin. And you say, whoa, this is 1,000 years ago, and they're still making songs about it, so to speak, or they're telling stories about it. People have memories that last longer than 2 years, like they seem to cut off on around here. So what are you going to do with this? You got one group that cannot lose, and the other one that is not going to stop trying. So somebody's got to step in and say, oh, wait a minute, you got to stop this. Because you do not want it to spread. I've seen 8-inch howitzers go off. I've seen even 8-inch shells from the Navy go off. I've seen 155 shells go off, 105 shells go off. I also saw a 16 kiloton nuke go off in the desert too. It ain't even close.
Yeah, so I'm gonna come to you next, Ricky. Let me just say this. We are pampered poodles here in America because everyone was busy Christmas, whether they celebrate or not. They were chilling at home, relaxing, open up presents, and literally babies, women, and innocent men being blown up, being homeless. On the other side of the world, we are pampered poodles. However, I want to remain a pampered poodle, and and so I think our government need to get the military together and some, diplomat solutions together, because I'm not, honey, I can't be trying to build a bunker. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. All right. I want to go to Ricky.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hi.
How are you, Dana? What's up, Judge? What's up, everybody?
Hello.
So, loving this topic and what will happen if Israel loses. I think Israel needs to lose. It would be good for us. We're likely to get drawn into it, but that would also be good for us. Being the world's police, fighting all these wars for Israel, that's where all of our energy goes. The Ukraine debacle, that's also being pushed by the Israeli interests. From what I understand, Putin is also in on that, and they're going to wipe out the Ukrainians, turn that into a bunch of farms. And to look at this war that we're facing right now, you have Hezbollah, you have Hamas, and you have other forces like the Houthis who are taking over the straits. I believe that they do have a chance, and I'm hoping that they take down Israel. That's what I'm hoping for, and it would be good for us.
Okay. You had your hand back up, Arkansas.
Let me make something clear. I'm not advocating for Israel. I'm just stating a diplomatic reality. The Israelis are not going to let themselves lose without taking everybody they can take down with them. That's the point. My point is we can't let it go there. We've got to stop it before it gets there.
Wait, let me ask you
That's
this.
what
When you
we've
say
got to
take
do.
everybody down, who is the everybody?
Uh, Anybody they can.
Us too? I don't get it.
They don't really have a delivery system that can get missiles over here. And the other thing is they've got too many uncles and aunts and grandmamas and granddaddies and sons and daughters that live in both places.
Oh, I see what you when you say take everybody down, you mean they're gonna be just bombing
Over
surrounding
there in the
countries.
Middle East, they're going to
Okay.
try to take out their surrounding Arabic neighbors as much as they can.
Mm.
Might spare Egypt, but that means that Iran, which is ancient Persia, remember, is going to get in there, and there's still Iraq, and that's where Saladin was from. He was the Grand Sultan. He came out of Egypt, and he had to guard the Caliph from Baghdad, and he put his Kurdish tribal folk to use doing that, and the Kurds are still hated because of what they did being the policeman for the Arabic world back in the uh, late 10th and early 11th and 12th centuries. So hatred lasts a long time. People can have long memories when they're conditioned to have long memories.
Right. Arkansas, you had your hand back up. Anybody else want to come
Yeah.
up? You could do so. Go ahead.
Yeah, and it's not funny. It's not funny, the situation that we're in, and I think that what you mentioned is that we are very comfortable and we are very coddled in our idea of America. And right now, most Americans don't understand the situation, the global dynamic that is pervasive in the world today. You have the most militarily the most influential country in the world, on the planet. You have the country that every other country looks to for once upon a time. Once upon a time, looked to for guidance and for solace. Every other country in the world, literally, every individual who looked to America and saw that shining city on a hill. That perception is tainted. I wouldn't say it's destroyed, but it's tainted right now. And it's tainted because the individuals who are leading the foreign policy of America are like, when I was growing up, we had this situation where there was a rabid dog in the neighborhood. And everybody was told to go into the house and stay in the house. And the men went out, found the dog, and shot him down. The rabid dog today is the American foreign policy. And the crazy thing is, the Blinkens and the Victoria Nulands, they're running around rabid, and they don't think that the rest of the world sees that they are frothing at the mouth. They are completely out of control. They have no reverse gear. When they do something that is destructive and ugly and evil, they don't pause and reflect on something that bad they've done. Their only gear is to continue to push forward, move forward, and tell you, no, well, your grandmama shouldn't have been in the middle of the road. If your grandmother wasn't in the middle of the road, she wouldn't have been run over 12 times by those dang tanks. So it's your fault, and you can go on about your business. This is the mindset. This is the mentality of these people, and they're so weak that they cannot acknowledge any ignorance or any insecurity, because that would destroy them. These are people, and we are in a biblical period. These are people that they are alkalites of evil. And if you've never ever seen evil in your life, if you never ever experienced evil in your life, You look at the things that these people do and the things that these people say, and you will get as close to evil as you will ever want to. These people have no consideration of humanity. They have no consideration of consequences. They only want results. And if they need to burn everything down, just so there's no one left to be able to counter the lie that they want to tell when everything is destroyed, that's what they're going to do. It's important to understand that Israel, don't get caught up in this rhetoric that's being espoused by legacy media. This is not a battle between Israel and Palestine. They don't care anything about Israel or Palestine. This is a battle against the righteous and the wicked. And the wicked will do anything and everything to make sure that the righteous don't get an inkling of light. This is not some war that's being perpetrated, and these protests are not being presented as some noble effort to rescue and save the poor Palestinians or to defend the defenseless Jews. That is the rhetoric, but that is not the reality. However many people, man, let me ask this: Has anyone asked the Palestinians what they want? And I'm not talking about the officials, but the actual Palestinians. Has anyone said, "Well, would you like this? Would you like Hamas to stop bombing people?" No one's asked that question. Has anyone asked Israelis? I'm not talking about Netanyahu. The people of Israel, what they want to happen. I saw one interview with one lady. It was several weeks ago, and this lady, this Israeli, somebody's grandmother, and I think she expressed the sentiment of many Israelis whose voices are not heard. We need to stop this killing and bring our people home, and that should be the only debate. But that's not the debate that's being had. They're not saying, "Well, you let these people go, let these people go, and then we can sit down and talk." But as long as you're holding the hostages, we can have a conversation. They're negotiating how many people to release. That should demonstrate just how disingenuous these people are on every side of these arguments. But the most important point is the Blinkens of the world, the Victoria Newlands of the world, the Mark Millies of the world, they are on a highway to pure and utter destruction, and they don't care what the consequences are because they got plenty of underground places where they can go and hang out and eat and do whatever they're going to do until that stuff blows over.
Yeah. Anyone want to come up? Please do so.
May I say something right here?
Go ahead, and then I'll go to Ricky.
I've very seldom found that any one side in any conflict is possessed of all the evil. It's about evenly distributed. What's going on a collective scale is exactly what's happened, say in the big cities of the United States with all of the crazy killing and the senselessness of violence that goes on that doesn't have any real purpose. It just happens. We kill a lot of animals every day to feed ourselves. We are the apex of the food chain, top of the food chain. We eat, we kill. We're carnivores. We're omnivores, but we're predators. We eat anything and everything we choose to eat. We grow it or we kill it. Doesn't make any difference. And when you can do that, that doesn't just stop, we'll just turn the rheostat down. You can't. You have to have social controls. And when you get a situation that makes it too crowded, too stressful, too difficult, or as here in the United States, we got some little kumbaya bullshit that we get into where our human reality is somehow some kind of nightmare that we can overlook and not deal with because we have our lust and our fantasies that we want to pay more attention to. That doesn't work out either. Now, I don't talk about end times or biblical and anything else because my studies have shown that we have been consistent about this. There was a war to end all wars that ended in 1918, but it didn't end anything. And if anything, we've had a steady, regular, repetitive recourse to warfare every few years, just about every decade in the intervening 100-some years. And it's not going to stop. It just has to be controlled. So what we have over in the Ukraine is an interesting thing. My Russian contacts, and I have them, indicate to me that the problem is that after World War II, when Stalin said he'd take care of the Nazi problem in Ukraine, which was the largest source of Nazis outside of Germany itself, he didn't. And there's a resurgence of nascent Nazism in the Ukraine. There's also a huge sex trafficking problem over there that the Russians say they're stamping out. And the other thing that they sure enough will not let get back to the American public is Russia is perceived as being on a jihad, a crusade against the LGBTQIA plus rainbow cult, not gay folk, but that cult that seems to have taken control of everything over here in the American scene. So the world is looking at Ukraine as this used to be the biggest state in the Soviet Union. Nikita Khrushchev, who was the Soviet premier when we had that Cuban Missile Crisis, was from Ukraine. Ukraine provided a lot of resources to the Soviet Union. It was quite loyal, but now you've got these Nazis over there that are still trying to do something else. And you've got a lot of Ukrainians that want to be part of Russia again. It was for the longest, even before the Soviet Union, part of the Russian Empire. So we've got that going on. It's like Texas seceded from the Union 35 years ago, 20 years ago, and a lot of Texans want to be Americans again and rejoin the United States. And then somebody overseas decided to say they're going to come over here and protect Texas from being reabsorbed by the United States. That's kind of the mess we're in right now. It's not our business. We need to get the hell out of there. And the fact is that Biden and company have taken bribes. They're committed to trying escaping 100-some page multi-count organized crime indictment that names and is pending right now against Joe Biden, his son, and some other people. And when he gets out of office, under a certain treaty negotiated by Bill Clinton in 1999 and ratified by the U.S. Senate and under Article 6 of the U.S. Constitution is part of the supreme law of the land, he's supposed to be taken into custody and extradited to Ukraine to stand trial for his felony accusations. Now, that's not going to happen for diplomatic reasons, likely as not, but it could. And somebody's trying to beat that by just getting the indictments indicted for being a good friend to Ukraine, or at least the Nazis that run the place right now. And the United States, remember, right before World War II, when they had that problem in Spain where they had the royalists and then they had the fascists going at it, the United States sent in volunteers that took both sides. So it's not unusual for us to pick the wrong side. And in fact, most of the Americans were fighting on the same side that the Nazis wound up supporting.
Um, I'll go to Ricky, and then I want to make a statement afterwards. Go ahead, Ricky. And anybody else want to request to come up, please do so.
Hey, yeah. So I think now is the time with everything that's going on for us to break this endless war cycle. The war to end all wars has been nothing but war since. That's where all our money goes, and our borders are not secure. We need to end all of the wars. Choose diplomacy. One of the things I didn't back Trump, but the way he talked to Kim Jong Un, that's the way we should do all of this foreign diplomacy. Just talk to people, do business with them, have a military, but not necessarily a standing army that goes around and gets involved with stuff, and put our troops unarmed at the border and deal with that crisis. We're defending other borders. We're over on the Russia border, messing with them, and we don't care about our own border. And as an empire, that's where all of our money and all of our effort goes. And we need to break that cycle. And Judge was talking about the killing in the cities and stuff that's going on. When you have stuff like Vietnam, when you have all these wars, probably more than 10 million people dead in the war on terror, that stuff is inevitably going to come back home. What goes around comes around.
I wanted to add on that.
Let me add on a picture here. Perspective. The entirety of the battlefield and immediate death toll in Vietnam wasn't as large as the death toll of Gettysburg, a 3-day long battle in the U.S. Civil War. The Civil War, more people died in the Civil War than in all of the rest of the wars that the U.S. has been in combined. We can vest and take casualties. We invented what's known as the war of attrition. In other words, we've got more people that can afford to be killed off and more equipment that can be used up than anybody else. And we can stay at it until the other side can't take it any longer. And then we demand an unconditional surrender. We set that in place. That's our style. We invented the insurgency with the Revolutionary War. People watch us. Why does the United States act as the world's policeman? Same way Britain did. Same reason why Britain did. Same reason why Spain did. Same reason why Rome did. Same reason why every major world power acted as the world's police. So its citizens, its subjects, can be at peace when they go about their business in the world. See, if we lose our balance of trade, that's bad for the economy, and that means everybody suffers in the country. So, when it's safe for us to do business abroad, it's safe to do business abroad. That requires the U.S. military. Every single nation since Phoenicia has suppressed piracy. In fact, the Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, says it is the responsibility of the United States Navy to oppose, oppress, and end piracy wherever it is found in the world. There's no need for a declaration of war. That's just automatic. That's why the U.S. Navy is off East Africa right now to combat piracy. This is good for business. It's why we have an arrogant attitude when we go and visit places. People do not mess with the United States citizenry when they are abroad too much compared to other citizens because we've got the Marine Corps, the Air Force, and the Army and the Navy.
True.
Now, that's one of the things that leads us to police the world. It's like it's good for business. And nobody else can do it because it's like the United States didn't do it. It kind of tacitly let England do it for the longest time until England got too sissified in soft 100 years ago and it lost its edge. Now,
can I say something about that? Because when you
I'll pass.
yeah, as an American, when you go overseas, everyone should contact embassy where you're going to tell them you're going to be there and for how long. So if anything pop off, they make sure that you get out. But it is something like it is a different feeling going to another country and you are American. Least likely to be messed with. A lot of times they could tell that you're American, no matter what color. They could just tell sometimes you're American by the way we dress and walk, and if they hear us talk. Real quick though, Vert T or someone in the comment section said everyone is scared to say the word Zionist. Nobody's not scared to say it because that's all I've been hearing. Zionist, Zionist, Zionist. To how you say that word? Differentiate. How you say that word? Deficiate. I'm saying the word wrong.
Differentiate.
Yes, differentiate. I always say that word wrong. People use Zionists to, separate Jewish people and Zionists. So nobody's not scared to say it. But also with all this that's going on over there, Canada president, I just had it too. He issued a law allowing tampons to be, here we go. Trudeau critical agenda, mandatory tampons in men's rooms. Amidst the economic woes and dropping poll numbers and political turmoil in Canada, Trudeau's government prioritized menstrual products in men's washrooms. So this is what's happening in Canada right above us. We were celebrating Christmas yesterday without a blink of an eye of what was going on the other side of the world. And you have Iran gearing up their uranium plant again at over 60%. So, it is what it is. Anybody want to request to come up, please do so. Kwanzaa is part of this conversation. Should we celebrate Kwanzaa? In the beginning of this space, Judge laid out why we should not and the real story behind it, because it is a propaganda made up holiday. It's basically bullshit, Kwanzaa. Go ahead, Arkansas. You have the mic, and anybody want to request to come up, please do so and share the space out.
Yeah, and just on Kwanzaa, the judge and I are on the same page. And when Kwanzaa became popular, I was living in D.C. in the 80s, and I refused to even acknowledge Kwanzaa in the 80s because of that history of that I don't know, celebration or whatever you want to call it. And it's really kind of, I never challenged people. I never went to people and said, well, you shouldn't be doing that because of this, this, and this, because, that's your business. And information is broadly disseminated. And if people want to know about it, then they would know about it. But if people don't want to know about it, then, obviously it's okay with them. But on the point about Trudeau, I think Trudeau's actions are really illustrative of exactly the mentality that we're talking about that's pervasive around the world right now. You have a group of people whose policies have run their course, and the destructive consequences of those policies is rearing its ugly head right now. And they don't have the capacity to say, well, okay, we made a mistake. We need to do something different. Their only direction is forward. They have no reverse. They have no conscience. So Trudeau is going to continue to push. I mean, he's going to continue to try to trump the previous rhetoric. And the crazy is not going to stop. My grandfather used to talk about crazy. Crazy will do whatever you let it do. Crazy will buy you dinner. It will buy you a car. It will take you out. It will marry you. Crazy will do whatever you let it do. And that's what these people are. They are wicked and they are crazy individuals. So when he says, okay, we're going to put tampons in men's men's restroom. Okay, what's next? And these people, if you say the craziest thing that comes after that doesn't work, the next thing is, okay, well, we're going to make all boys carry tampons. We're going to make all boys have purses, and every purse needs to have a tampon in it. And we're going to have the police search every purse of every little boy. And if he doesn't have a tampon in there, that means he hates women and he hates he hates transsexuals. So he needs to go to jail because he needs to be punished because hate is not okay. Hate is violence. That's the dynamic of this place that we're in today, people. Words are violent. And the same people who are talking about words are violent are ignoring the actual violence that's occurring on a daily basis in schools, on playgrounds, and in general neighborhoods. Ignoring that violence and defaulting to where words are violent. So words on Twitter or on any of these social media sites is punished more harshly than a homicide in any major or minor city in America. Think about that. You shoot somebody, they die, you can get out of jail without bail. But if you go on one of these social media sites and you just make a benign comment about something that somebody's on there, well, I mean, this hair looks too long. I mean, you can call them, and I'll use the word. I mean, you can call them a faggot, which was just a regular word that we used to use. Shoot, the FBI could be knocking on your door, asking about your hate speech. That's the crazy that we are in right now.
I'd say this. Violence has got to be physical. If it ain't physical, it's just talk. Get over it. If your feelings are hurt, grow stronger. Certain kinds of non-weapon related violence are good for kids to get involved in. There's nothing more edifying to a bully than getting busted in the mouth by somebody that stood up to him. And there's nothing more prone to making a man out of a boy than knowledge that he had the courage to stand up to a bully. Beat the shit out of one of them. It's good for them. It's good for character, and it builds up civility in society. Humans are violent creatures. We eat hamburger, steak, roast, bacon, fried fowl, and a whole lot of ducks, chickens, pigs, cows, bite the dust. People go out and feel natural when they do in Bambi, and he tastes delicious when properly prepared. Folk like their salmon, but it's still a fish, and one of our ancestors very remotely was apparently a fish of some sort. So we eat anything and everything on this planet. That puts us at the top of the food chain. Lions and tigers and bears and wolves and great white sharks are endangered because we kill better than they do. And we want to be able to walk out to our cars in peace in the parking lot without having to worry about an 800-pound grizzly getting a hard on for doing somebody in. And speaking of hard ons, as long as somebody stays the hell out of your bedroom, where your business in your bedroom is your bedroom, whether you're straight or gay, you have no goddamn business trying to push your sexuality on children in a school. You have no business trying to recruit them and groom them. And you have no business with some of these harlot and hoe displays that I see out in public these days. It is unseemly. And there are places where this should be reserved for, and it is not out in the streets. I don't care whether you're straight or gay. And we have to get a control on this. We have to stop glorifying this kind of travesty It goes on. So we need standards. We need rules. John Wick says it all the time. The rules separate us from the animals. If you violate the rules, there are consequences. I like that series, that franchise, because they emphasize that. And right now, we try to act like there are no consequences and there are no rules. There are. They have to be. It's like, can you imagine the hell that would take place in a city if there were no street lanes, if there were no stop signs, no traffic lights, no rules of the road? It would be hellacious. Well, life is like a highway. There are rules to it. And you can't operate that highway without rules, without a disaster. I dealt with that for 50 years of my life. What happens when the rules go out the window? That's what we have these jury trials on. That's what murders, rapes, robberies, burglaries, homicides are all about. That's why we have such a fascination for them. We like our adventure movies. We like our spy stuff. We like our John Wicks and the shooters and the Bourne Identity. We like James Bond. We like all this stuff. We like stories about Elliot Ness and Al Capone. We like to check out Jesse James and Wyatt Earp and Bat Masterson.
Yeah, half those
Pat
what you just
Dillon.
named, I have no idea what you're talking about. I
Who,
think
you
that's
don't
like
know who
before
these
my
people
time.
are? What?
No.
Bat Masterson was a news reporter who was also a U.S. Marshal of some repute. We've got Bass Reeves, the basis for the Lone Ranger. He was black. He has the distinction of having locked up more people than any other lawman in U.S. history. You have Wyatt Earp. He was a U.S. Marshal. He was also a news reporter. He died at his desk at a typewriter. The one that had the gunfight at the OK Corral. They made movies and series out of this, but these were real people. Wild Bill Hickok, Dead Man's Hand. What was Wild Bill holding in his hand when he got shot in the back of the head?
What was he holding?
What's that?
What was he holding?
Let's see. I think it was two of a kind and three of a kind or something like that. Dead
What's
man.
that?
Three of one kind and two of another.
Um,
Hand. Anyway, I may be wrong on that. Somebody correct me. That's a piece of trivia I'll have to go re-look up. But
No, that's right, Judge. That's the dead man's hand.
Yeah, it is. Where do you think we get that? My ex-wife used to want a dead man's hand when she'd go into these casinos and play poker all the time. I'd always take her money when I played her, but she'd always go to the poker table. She won regularly enough. But hell, reality, we are into that. We have heroes and sheroes. And that's what we glorify. We like gladiatorial contests. We like boxing matches. We like full contact cage fighting. You know, that's humans.
I love all that stuff, but isn't that why we in all these wars and why we got the last 30 years of rap music and all of our entertainments involve stuff like that? You know,
Yeah,
it's always cops and robbers and always something of that, you know?
It is. But you know what the difference is between then and now?
What's the difference?
In other words, when you saw a gangster movie, the gangsters always suffered, right? When you saw one of these movies with the excitement, the good guys prevailed and the bad guys didn't. Or if the good guys didn't prevail, it was a necessary sacrifice. That was a point to it. Somewhere in the last 50 years, over here in Western Europe, and in particular in the United States, it got to the point where there were no standards, no rules. You took masculinity out of the equation and you've tried to sissify the country. And that means the boys have no role models, no rules. In other words, the British, they used to say, I sail, boy, it just isn't done, that's not quite cricketer, fellow, we just don't do it that way. We forgot that. Partner, are you giving in? Are you giving offense, or did I take that wrong? Well, sir, I didn't mean any inference of any offense. I beg pardon. Well, sir, your pardon is accepted. Slap level agree the town ain't big enough for the both of us. I say, sir, do you require satisfaction for the offense to your honor?
Let me bring this into the fold as far as the Israel. It says BB's, I don't know who that is, vision, Gaza must be de-radicalized like post-World War II Germany as part of prerequisites for peace. That was said by Netanyahu. Successful de-radicalization took place in Germany and Japan after Allied victory in World War II. Today, both nations are great allies of the U.S. and promote peace, stability, and prosperity. So he's basically saying it has to be de-radicalized. And right now, today in New York, thousands upon thousands of pro-Palestinians took to the streets. They took to the streets yesterday on Christmas Day. Well, 6 people were arrested because they were kind of clashing with the police. However, every weekend, every week since October the 7th, the pro-Palestinian march has been heavy and consistent and is stop anytime soon. So I don't know what he means by de-radicalizing.
I know what they mean.
Gaza.
They want to do greater Israel, take over most of Syria, most of Iraq, and just keep expanding Israel and saying that everybody's provoking them. And they'll keep doing buffer zones until they have the whole greater Israel, basically the whole peninsula.
Mm-hmm.
Try this one. What's going on diplomatically is a parallel to the deficiencies and the deterioration of parenting in the home place. Billy, if you don't disturb mommy, I promise we will go get some ice cream and we'll get you a new Lego toy. Instead of get your behind in there and you bet not even dare. Don't you even utter a peep, boy. Bring me my belt.
Let me say this.
We used to do it that way, but what you need to do over there is the United States, the People's Republic of China, and Russia need to have a temporary hiatus in their particular squabbles with each other, which has got a lot to do with trade and industry, and say, look, you don't get one goddamn dime more from us if you don't settle down and let us send some people in there to set up and negotiate a peace. Now, I got the same Orlando Award given in the Watergate 25 years ago that Menachem Begin and Anwar Sadat got. They also got a Nobel Peace Prize. I didn't. They got that in 1978 because they had brokered a peace between Israel and Egypt. And they can do that again. That was some prompting, thanks to Henry Kissinger and some other people in the U.S. State Department who worked that out. So it can be done. It's just we've got idiots running stuff who are amateurs in the game of diplomacy who think that all you got to do is be politically correct in the United States and everybody else in the rest of the world is supposed to go along with your bullshit. As I said, it's okay in the bedroom, stay out of people's bedrooms, but keep the bedroom out of the public light. And our diplomats are so concerned with the bedroom that they don't pay attention to business.
Let me interject this real quick. Hello to everybody on YouTube. And if you have a question on YouTube, just type it in the chat and I will ask the judge. Also, I put in a Jumbotron. Judge Joe Brown barbecue sauce is now on Amazon and the link is there as well. So go and purchase you some barbecue sauce, Judge Joe Brown barbecue sauce via Amazon. It's convenient, it's affordable, and it's delicious. NC and from YouTube says, Judge, how can we stop the travesty for starters? Lawmakers? Question mark.
Turn the bastards out. Quit electing idiots that can't lead. See, voting is a substitute for war. The way voting came about is something like this. I've got 127 people on my side with spears and shields, and they know what they're doing. You only have 63. Now, if we get to it, unless you got one hell of a war leader, we're going to win and a lot of people will die. So let's avoid all the bloodshed and let's take a vote count and see who wants to do what. That's what voting's about. But when you have people that you elect who are not war leaders, who can't say, follow me, and people go along with them, but try to sit at a desk and just play glorified bureaucrat and say, you go there, you go here, you do this, and nobody would follow them and nobody gives a damn about them, then you don't get leadership and everything goes to hell. That's what's going wrong with our cities right now. You've got people in office holding office that requires leadership, and they're scared of the people that they represent. They'd piss their little panties if they got out in the streets. But the streets need to be led. And if you can't get out amongst your constituents and lead them in person, you have no damn business holding the office. But you see, it used to be to campaign and deal with people, you had to go door to door, knock on those doors and talk to people face to face, stand on the street corners, on soapboxes and talk to people, shake hands in lots, grocery stores and stuff. You deal with folk one up. Now everybody puts out advertisements on social media, on television, and in the newspapers, and you haven't even seen the son of a bitch that's supposed to be representing you, wouldn't know what the hell he looks like. Now, that's not leadership. And that's gotten away from the fundamental fact that humans are violent creatures. And when you need leadership, you need somebody that can lead those violent creatures, even when they're most violent. And you can give them rules and structure and inspire them to follow it. So, for the most part, they deal with functionality, and you do not glorify dysfunction because it all goes to hell when you do that. And that's where we are right now. Glorification of dysfunction. You take stuff people didn't even talk about, and now that becomes the primary criteria. Anyway, I exceed myself.
So I want people, if you want to come up, you want to make a comment, if you want to ask a question, please request to come up. If you're listening via YouTube, put your questions in the chat. Usually people come up to speak their mind. Maybe they just love, they loving what you're saying. It's very informative from everybody that's up here. Ricky, Arkansas, and of course you, Judge. Let me just throw this out there because these type of spaces are very, I think, is informative and good quality content, and we need to start having it. Honestly, and then next week Tuesday, that would be 2024, right? The day after New Year's. What I want to talk about is not what is your New Year's resolution, but what is it that you are not going to do in 2024? Tell me what you do not want to do anymore, what you do not want to see anymore in 2024. And one of the things I'm tired of seeing and I really don't even like participating is talking about relationships between men and women, like personal, like boyfriend, girlfriend, or marriage. I think in 2024 is going to be a very, very, very critical, important, and crazy. I don't want to say that word crazy. It's a better word for that. But it's going to be a very important and critical year for all of Americans because it's a voting year. There's going to be a lot of controversy. It's going to be a lot of different laws. There's going to be a lot of manipulation when it comes to our Constitution. There's going to be a lot of things going on that we really need to stay on top of. And it's really, starting in 2024, is really going to be about the battle of the survival of the fittest. And I don't want to always focus on Black America, but I feel personally that Black America is too distracted with the relationship, with the gossip, with the trending celebrity shit topics, and conversation is not important anymore. Because I don't think we really need to start planning ahead. Iran is planning for war. Israel is planning for the continuation of what they're doing and to just eliminate the Palestinians out of the Gaza Strip. You have China, you have Russia, you have India. So there's a lot of major players that are gearing up for the long haul. They already have their 20-year plan. You have Trudeau in Canada putting tampons in men's room, but then you have China focusing on their Man Up program. So you have to look at the bigger scale. It's an agenda that different nations are executing, and they're prioritizing what is important. And what's important is domination and power. And then zoning in here on America, what's important is domination and power. And you have over 4 million illegal migrants that already came into this country. They're already dominating as a group in power with their own, when they go and they link up with their own group. So where does that leave Black America? This is still a caste system here. So I just want us to be very cognitive of that going into 2024. The priority next year of discussions needs to be around politics, military, election, economics, anything else you want? Yeah.
It has been forecasted that in either the first or the second quarter of next year, we're going to have an economic collapse. We've been expecting one for a while. So to be running into that and know that usually when these things happen and when presidents have very low approval ratings, they do try to start conflicts, right? To take everybody's mind away from how bad things are. We do have that movie, Leave the World Behind, with some predictive programming in it. And I think we should expect a lot this year, and we should be making demands. No real candidates are offering anything. I guess Trump is going to offer the better immigration policy, but we definitely need to talk politics, but our politics is so screwed up. I don't see anything good coming, just more wars, more outsourcing, and just poor economic policies all around.
Well, that is why we need to talk about it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And it's like, we need to talk about the good and the bad. And then it's like, the more we talk about that, the less suppression that we will probably receive, because a lot of times people do generate, especially content creators, they are generating towards relationships and celebrity gossip stuff because it's easy to be monetized. It's easy to get out there in the algorithm, and I get it. But the more you play into their hands, the more they're going to strip away our freedom of speech, our freedom of press. So it's like the conversations, and you could make it interesting because this is interesting and informative, but the conversations need to completely do a 360 away from bullshit. I don't care about relationships among Bows. I don't care what Dr. Umar said on the Joe Button podcast or these rappers or whatever. The conversation needs to go towards this, because now you have to understand that, honestly, I really do believe that our constitutional rights is at stake, and not just in 2024. What I'm saying is we need to plan 15 years out from 2024, not just plan throughout 2024. You have to have a 10-year plan. Every city in this country, every city municipality at City Hall, they have a 10-year plan for that city. That's fact. So if a city has a 10-year plan plus, we as individuals in a collective need to have a 10-year plan. Go ahead. Oh, go ahead, Judge, and then Immortal.
You think
He
we
just
can
came
do
up.
that? Because if you're 40 now, that means you are 55 when the plan comes to fruition, or you're 60, 70 when it comes in. And you remember, folk don't listen to their elders anymore, and they're concerned about it's a new thing. People are different. No, they're not. They just have different shit to get involved with. See, we got all kinds of excuses, but in the Middle East, they do that. But the other point is in our system, it's always been said that the people get the representation they deserve. If the people ain't shit, their representation ain't shit. So we need to buck up, stand up, get it up, and do what we have to do to make ourselves worthy of better representation. Let's start producing some representatives instead of some of these sorry asses we have right now who are just trying to lead us down a road to perdition and decadence and depravity.
Right.
I mean, there is a thing called principle, and we have forgotten about that because it's not popular.
Well, one of the things when I say 10-year, because you're right, like I'm 47, I'm gonna be 57. Oh my God. However, my plan is not for myself. My plan
No,
is for
that's
my
10, not
grandkids.
15.
I'm 47.
Yeah, well, add 15 on that, not 10.
Oh, but my point is, the plan is not for me. The plan 10, 15 years is for my grandchildren. So if you start indoctrinating your kids, your grandchildren, right, with where you want them to be at in 10, 15 years, and let's say 15 years, then you'll see a stronger group of people at the end of that 15 year.
Of course you will, but we don't do that. We let them play these goddamn vid games because we don't have the time to sit at the damn kitchen table and teach them their homework.
Right. And this goes for, and I'm just going to focus on America. This goes for all Americans. Real quick. Yep. Pitts. I don't know if you're a troll or not, because I just went to your page and you're only following, you have one follower. You don't have any post up. I'm not in a mood today for trolls, but I don't want to discriminate because you're probably not one. So are you one? YEP. Ye Pitt. You can unmute.
No, I'm not a troll at all. I just like listening to spaces, and I really don't
Oh,
follow
okay. I'm
anyone.
sorry. Okay, no, that's fine. Just mute up. You sound okay. Fine. I just want to make sure because of the name, and it looked like it wasn't a lot of activity on your page. All right, so just sit tight. I want to go to Immortal, and then Arkansas, you had your hand up, and then I'll go to you. Yay. I'm just gonna say yay. Yay, Pitt. Oh, yay. Go ahead, Immortal.
All right, I appreciate it. So greetings to you, Dana. Greetings to you, Honorable Judge Joe Brown. Always honor and a privilege. So the best that I can answer the question is, what if Israel loses? I think you'll see similar to what happened in South Africa, because they quote unquote, the apartheid government there quote unquote lost. But you see that they maintain the military power of that country, and they maintain control over the resources of that country. So even if the so-called Israel were to lose, I think you would still see a setup similar to what you see in South Africa right now. So that's the best as I can answer that question. And the only other thing I wanted to just make a statement to put that helps me put things in perspective anyway is we have to think about the fact that there are 15 million so-called Jewish people in the world. Well, that's worldwide. That's not just in Israel. That's worldwide. And I've also seen in my research that there are about 15 million Palestinians worldwide. And it's uncanny to think about the instability that such a small number of people can cause a world full of like what, 8 billion people. So that kind of puts it in perspective to me that we're willing to risk the whole planet because of the dispute between these these people who represent such a small portion of the global human population. So that's all I got for it. I appreciate y'all letting me speak.
That's
Thank
a
you.
good point. That is a good point. And then again, it's been on X the last several days. There are Orthodox Jews that don't like what Zionism is doing either. And by the way, the number is approximately 64 million. What do you think I'm talking about? I'm not talking about the Jewish community. 64 million people. Where do you think they are that
I
I'm
know.
talking about? They're black people in the United States of America. The ones that would be fundamentally entitled to say reparations because they do have a long historic connection to what happened relative to black folk in this country. So if the small number you're talking about, sir, has such a dramatic influence on world events, what is wrong with us at 64 million people where we have so little? And remember, uh, probably the most historically oppressed group of people floating around here is the Jewish community. So how did they get from being number one and being oppressed?
To the most powerful.
Yeah, and
Oh,
we are running around still talking about white supremacy. Hell, overcome it.
yeah.
If I
Um,
can reply to that,
wait 1 second, Rick.
Go ahead.
Because wait, no, I can you hold it, Rick? Because I do have an order I wanted to go to because it's a couple of new people. Arkansas, you did come back up. Can did you? I kind of want to get to new people first, so just hold tight, Arkansas. I want to go to Yay, and then Danny, and then I'll go to Arkansas, then into you, Ricky, to you to reply to the judge. Go ahead, Yay Pitt. I know I'm saying it wrong.
Uh, First, yes, thank you, Dana, for hosting this spot, and thank you, Judge Joe Brown. It's an honor and a pleasure. Always a man with great insight. First of all, we shouldn't be so um, limited in our understanding of what Israel stands for. Israel is a strong point for NATO countries to control the Middle East, and that's why we invest so much money in Israel. Now, I disagree, how all the way through with what's going on over there, and but from our point of view as United States citizens, we got to understand that our government has a much greater reason why they like the control of Israel over there. It's the reason why we send them $7 billion every year. There's a reason why they have nuclear warheads. It's not their nuclear warheads; it's our nuclear warheads. It's so that we have a strategic point in the Middle East to control the countries over there with the help of NATO. So this argument is very, very, uh, it's very complex on that point of view. But yeah, as the judge said, as citizens of this United States, we got to understand exactly what they're doing to the Palestinians, because right now they've had over 20,000 dead. When the siege happened, only 1,200 Israelis, the Jewish people died. So that was my comment. I just was wanting to listen in, and thank you for holding the space.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming up. I'll go to Danny.
Hi, Dana. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yes. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Um, it's Yup, it's me, which I was staring at his name for a little while before I got it too.
Oh,
Why?
okay. Yep, it's me. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm so happy to be here in this space right now. I've been looking at Judge Joe Brown's tweets all day, and I've been replying to some of them. And this is a very what they call based conversation that you guys are having, and I love it. And I want to start off by saying, and I won't go on and on, I promise, that this is a conversation that people are becoming less and less afraid to have, because there has been this. It used to be that if you said you hated a Jewish person, and I'd like to start by saying, actually, I love everybody, and I'm definitely not anti-Semitic. But it used to be that if you hated a Jewish person, you were an anti-Semite. Now it seems to me that if a Jewish person hates you, you're an anti-Semite. And I've heard that just to touch on the topic of the space, what would happen if Israel loses? Well, for starters, Netanyahu has said that before they lose to the Palestinians or to Hamas or Hezbollah, they will blow themselves up. Their members of their government have said they would nuke themselves before they lose. So let's start there. And if anybody wants to jump in while I'm talking, I won't be offended. That sounds a little cray-cray, in my opinion. Now, I've had some conversations with folks over the past couple months about the creation of the state of Israel, because I was raised in church. I'm from New York, and I was raised in a Christian church where I just towed the line of Zionism my whole life. I'm 42. And until recently did I realize or start to understand history a little bit better. So, a conversation, I'll just tell one quick story and then I'll let you guys comment, that I had with a gentleman recently. He said he was half Jewish, he was American. Was what is hard for me to understand is whether, let's say, Judge Joe Brown said, Danny, everybody in New Jersey hates your family, the Mandias. That everyone in New Jersey hates the Mandias, but and actually everyone in New York and Connecticut and New Jersey and Massachusetts and Pennsylvania, they also hate your family. But I'm gonna give you 100 acres in the middle of New Jersey with a beautiful house and a bunch of money. Am I what? How would I look taking that? So I asked this gentleman, like, it doesn't make sense to me, although the nation state of Israel was given to the Jewish people, why they accepted that. Because they don't want to call themselves a religion, they want to call themselves an ethnicity and a religion, and claim that it's religious reasons why they want to live there. But geographically, to me, and safety wise, it just doesn't make sense. And so we had this talk back and forth a little while, and they said, yeah, I would take the house in the middle of my enemies. Why not? It was free. I said, so that's the reason why? And we went back and forth a little bit. My point was just that I don't understand unless you're a religious Jew, why that area of the world is so important to them. And many of them that you'll talk to today claim to be secular Jews. They're not really religious, but they're Zionists. And this distinction, I think, is important to make, because if you don't believe it's the Holy Land, or you're not really a religious Jew, then you're an ethnic Jew. And like, I'm Italian, but me calling myself Italian doesn't automatically make me a Catholic or a Muslim or a Christian. There's like no other ethnicity or religion on the planet that has a duality also claiming a religion. So anyway, I'll land there. Those are just some points that I wanted to make. I could go on more, but I won't. Thank you.
I think you made some very good points. By the way, Netanyahu says he's essentially an atheist. In other words, he's not in it for the religion. He's in it for the nationalistic, Zionistic point. You see, I worked in Hollywood and I know agnostic and atheistic Jews. They acknowledge the culture, but not the religion. So it is a strange kind of thing. It's kind of like if you grow up in the United States, whether or not you're a Christian, you are impacted by the Christian nature of the country. If you grow up in Italia, I've been to Italy quite a few times, you have the impact that's inescapable of the Catholic Church, whether or not you happen to be Catholic, whatever you may be if you live there. It's just an inescapable part of the culture. But there are all kinds of reasons people do things, and human nature is variable. So we can't generalize in coming up with solutions, but that's the only way humans work, is by generalization. In other words, what picture does this match? And based on what we look at, we get ideas as to what to do about something. If it looks like something we've encountered, then we go from there. And if it doesn't, then we try to match it up with stuff we have gotten in part so we understand it. That's how we get understanding, is by having familiarity with it. And
Well, Judge,
sometimes,
do you know who owned the 100 acres that was Israel prior to 1947? What family?
I would hazard a guess, but I won't tell us.
It was the Rothschild family, who have always been very sympathetic towards
Zionists.
and they themselves are Zionists. So it
Well,
was.
it's also been said that the Rothschilds kind of wanted World War II to happen because that would push their cause to make what we see Israel today a state. So they were willing to sacrifice all of those Jewish people that died during the Holocaust in order to have Israeli as a state.
Yeah, and it goes even farther than that, is that the the Americans, like Ford, made Nazi tanks. So like there's blood on everybody's hands, in my opinion.
Right. I want to go to, what did I say, Arkansas, and then Ricky, and then the Ready. The Ready. Go ahead, Arkansas.
Yeah, just real quick. You mentioned the 10-year plans and the 5-year plans, and the judge said 15-year. I have a plan that ends in 21-23. Well, they said 21-21 because I started in 2021, and being able to project that into that future. First, I have to establish a foundation today, and that's through the conversations that I'm having with my grandchildren, the conversations that I'm having with my family, because we want to have this oral history that we want to carry forward of where we came from, where we are today when we established this next 100-year venture, and that conversation, encouraging that conversation on. But next year, we break ground on a retail development here in Arkansas, and that retail development is the beginning of our financial literacy education, because we're teaching people about how to develop commercial real estate, starting to develop these investor clubs, small investor clubs, to teach people what capital investment is, what it looks like, what to expect on the return. So in 5 years, that one project is going to be able to educate enough people to where Black people in underfunded, undercapitalized areas are able to just write their own check. Because what I want at the end of this 5 years is this group, all these little investor clubs, $10,000, $50,000 investor clubs to be able to write a check for $3 million to build a grocery store wherever they want, or a community center or a park. That's that master plan, and I'm sitting here, I'm putting together the literature now. That's what's important. You start that change, you start making the world better with your own self and your own family, making that plan, because what I've learned is that people who of like mind, when they see progress occurring, they will gravitate toward that progress and they will want to participate in what you're doing. And those questions that they ask are going to perpetuate and allow them to carry that message forward. The thing that has been destructive for many areas that are dominated by Black people and highly populated by Black people is that you've been discouraged from actually dreaming, been discouraged from actually having a vision of the future and tomorrow and projecting that, and then just simply saying, well, we're going to put up a building right there, 12,000 square foot building, with places where you can go down and sit and have a restaurant. And if you have a little small business, we got a place over there where you can get you a little office and operate your business. Most Black people are afraid to make those type of emphatic statements, because then it means, well, now I got to do that. So you avoid that. And what leftists do and what cowards do, they throw out general statements, and then they want the peanut gallery to fill in the blank. They want the peanut gallery to explain it. So they're absolved of the responsibility of actually following through and executing. But I appreciate you letting me talk.
No, I appreciate you, because the
Thank
last
you.
couple of spaces, what you've been saying has been very informative, and I love what you're doing in Arkansas. And that
Thank
does
you.
need to be duplicated across the nation.
One thing.
After you, Judge, I'm gonna go to Ricky.
It's just a very brief comment. I've tried to help people raise money for startup stuff. And do you know what the reaction is? Is that Black folk don't trust each other. I have lived in Aspen, Colorado, and I know billionaires and multimillionaires, and they may not be the most trustworthy people in the world, but they have accountability. So when somebody tries to raise money, they get people who subscribe to the ideas and will put the money up. And there's sort of a protocol where you get what you're supposed to get out of it, because that's just a fundamental thing. But Black folk, we don't like to do that, because when somebody starts talking about putting money up, the immediate red flag that goes up is somebody's trying to run a con. Not necessarily, but it's just the assumption. So there is a big problem with that. How are you going to do business as a people if you don't trust each other? And then how do you maintain trust? And is too much of our culture based on being untrustworthy with each other, and that being part of the culture that's taught.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Ricky.
real quick, Dana, and I apologize, Ricky. And that's something that we have to anticipate, and that's something that I've anticipated. That hesitance in actually venturing forward, and that's why what I've learned is that we concentrate on the wrong people. We spend a lot of energy on those people who have been damaged so much that they are suspicious. But and that's one of the reasons that we're moving forward with the project. And then once people see something that's tangible, because that's another flaw in what many Black people have done. You talk about these things and you have these aspirational ideals, and people look up 5 years later and, well, this is what you said you were going to do, because I tried it the way that the judge has said before. Now it seemed simple to me. Okay, look here, we're gonna get 100 men, 100 people, and each person put $1,000 in the hat, and once we get that bank, we're gonna go out and start doing a commercial investment. Everybody and their brother, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. I got my 1,000. I got my 1,000. Got my 1,000. No thousands came to bear. So what we're doing, we're bypassing all the naysayers and we're bypassing all the suspicious people, and we're going straight to the product. We've already secured the land. I got the plans being drawn up. and just lastly, what the judge talked about with Aspen, and I already have some people who are not Black who are interested in this project. So people who are not Black are going to be some of the second ones to write a check, because the first ones are going to be the investor club.
Right. People who are not Black, they're always willing to invest. Like, that's just how their mind is wired. But go ahead, Ricky.
Hey, so yeah, I wanted to first reply to the judge something that he said before, that the Jews were the most oppressed people and they overcame it and all that. They did take over the banking and became rich by taking over all the banking houses. They did do chattel slavery and run the slave ships. And along the way, in all the countries where they had these problems, they were running liquor and pornography and organs missing and everything else. And then if I could reply to both Arkansas and the judge, I am a leftist. You know, I'm in favor of the financial literacy and wherever capitalism can work. But I do think we need wealth redistribution and resources allocated directly from the wealthy and from the government to fix our situation. I'm not sure that the capitalism route is going to work for us.
All right, so I don't know if y'all want to respond to him, because I want to go to the reading.
Yeah, I do. And I understand your apprehension about capitalism, but it's vitally important that you understand history, and specifically my history. My great 5 times removed grandfather, Cornelius Robinson, and his wife Martha walked off the plantation in 1865. And as soon as my grandfather and his wife walked off that plantation, capitalism is what allowed him to build a family, because he began contracting with landowners to cultivate their land and grow crops in their land. We're not talking about sharecropping. We're talking about partnerships and contracts. So the apprehension is based on a, not to be insulting, but an ignorance to exactly what potential capitalism unleashes. It is the ultimate equalizer. If you have a good idea and people see if you have a good idea and a good plan, my mentor said, you make your plan and you work your plan. And that is what that action that Grandpa Cornelius and Grandma Martha made brings me to 2023. So we are a product, we are a consequence of our ancestors recognizing the conditions and the circumstances as they were, and utilizing those to benefit themselves and propel and project themselves into the future, man. Don't do it. It's a disservice not to recognize the efforts that they made. And even from 1865, and the reason my project is 100 years, because I went from 1865 to 1965 and looked at the progress that my family, those generations made to 1965. And I took that mantle of 1965 and projected that forward another 100 years to 2165. No, to 2065. And that's what we have to do. Look at the progress that your family, research your family, and look at the progress they made post-emancipation up to 1965. Right. And if they can be prosperous and successful in that period, there is no reason that you need to have a handout from anybody to be even more prosperous and more successful in this era that we're in today.
Well, what do you mean by handouts? And just 1 second, because I do want to go to Verity next, because getting a getting a government grant is not a handout. Corporations, that's how they survive, by getting contracts from the government. So
Well, he said redistribution, and redistribution means taking something that someone else has earned and
It doesn't
distributing
mean
it to others.
well,
That's
no,
that's
well,
that's
okay.
what
So just
redistribution
one
means.
one thing you said real quick. You said taking something that someone else has earned. There have been entities that have not earned a damn thing, but it was handed down to them. But it's not about taking away from someone else. It is about getting what is probably and factually owed to another person that have been denied via public policies. So it's not even about giving people free money. No, because you should come to the table with a plan to execute, but you should have the resources there allocated to a specific group that has been disenfranchised economically in this country, on a
Well,
local level and on a federal level.
what you're saying is true.
Mm-hmm.
There are circumstances to where that's justifiable, and one of the primary circumstances is Greenwood, Oklahoma.
And
Because
another, another circumstance. Wait, 1 second. I just want to be current in 2023. What is going on right now? Because less than 1% of small business loans is being allocated to Black-owned businesses. And even when we go into the what you call it, venture capitalists investing in Black ownership, it's less than that. So, and if we're 64 million people in this country, but less than 1% of the small business loans or resources is coming to our businesses, that is a problem where, yes, it has to be a redistribution. Now, what that looks like, it's not about taking from somebody else, but it is about specifically allocating to a specific group.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
But wait, okay, Arkansas, I gotta go to Verity. Let me go to Verity. Go ahead. And
just give me 1 minute. 1 minute.
Well, no, we got to do less. No, just hold it. Just hold what you. Just hold it. Hold it. I want to go to Verity. Go ahead. Did I say your name right? Is it Verity?
My name's Tony. You can call me Tony.
Okay.
First of all, I want to say Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I'm actually dialing in from the beautiful city of Yalta in Crimea. It's about 3 a.m.
Oh.
I love Judge Joe, so anytime I get a chance to listen to him, I stay up. America has a lot of problems. That's definitely an understandable it's an understanding that we are in economic decline, we are in a social decline. The question I have is for Judge Brown is, I hear a lot about the Convention of States and whether that can make a difference for us to be able to readjust the governance of the Republic. And I'd like to hear him talk a little bit about this, because unless we fix the Republic, opportunity will never come back to America unless we become an isolationist nation, and we can't do that in a global world.
The thing you're talking, sir, I appreciate what you're saying. You're talking about effectively a constitutional convention.
Yes, sir.
That is dangerous, because right now the place is too big. You had a relatively small number of people who were scholars, who had been frontiersmen, who had put it on the line and had to move around so they didn't get captured by the British and hung. They had some real revolutionaries. They wrote the Constitution and they set it up so it could be amended. It's a rule book, and a rule book can be changed. And a lot of what's going on is the loss of a sense of purpose that once was, that is no longer. In other words, right now, we seek to have the government protect us from most everything that's a threat. We do not perceive personal accountability for managing threat. We want the government to give us guidance, but we don't have sufficient personal guidance. We don't understand delayed gratification anymore, but we once did. We are used to being at the top of the food chain, so to speak, on the planet. When it comes to humans, we have everything in excess, and we don't know what it is to suffer from a lack. So, if you put together a constitutional convention, we have gotten kind of spoiled here about getting our way without any thought to the balance between the concerns of the individual and the individual's obligations to the collective. That's something we lack today because we don't have an external threat that unifies the country or the people of the country in this perception of common cause. And I don't think we would handle that wisely, but I can see where there is perhaps the need for one or two amendments or tweakings of the system, because the very first case the U.S. Supreme Court decided actually addressed that point. Very early in the Republic, after the Bill of Rights had been adopted in 1791, when it was ratified, 1792, the U.S. Supreme Court heard its first case, and it dealt with the Sixth Amendment that says when a matter is tried upon before a jury upon the common law, no appeal shall be heard except upon application of the common law. The question is what is the common law? The U.S. Supreme Court unanimously used this language. The common law is that body of judge-made law based on, quote, tradition, precedent, and the evolving conditions of society. All law in the United States is common law, that is, judge-made law, until it is superseded by legislative law. The courts, through their learned personnel who are wise in the law, experienced in the law and wise in the ways of the world, must show the pathway forward. And that's kind of the way the things have worked. But you see, nowadays, we don't trust people anymore. We all have been conditioned to think there's nothing anyone can do that I can't do, but yet we idolize people to the point where we put them on potato chip bags, LeBron, and we can't slam dunk like LeBron can or dominate a forecourt basketball game like we can. So we acknowledge that there are differences in ability. But we have to understand that when it comes to governance, there's difference in ability too. But we have to get into saying sometimes we must be leaders, sometimes we must be followers.
Can I have a follow-up question?
Go right ahead.
Judge, how do you see the states playing a role in reining in the federal government through their powers, through the Constitution?
Well, the federal government is supposed to facilitate the interactions of the state. The federal government is like the organizer of the football game or of the basketball game. The players of the game are the people. It's like, imagine life is being like a highway. The drivers have to operate the cars on the highway. Nobody can do that for them. You have traffic control by police, and you've got stop signs and traffic lights and rules of the road, but the people still have to drive the cars on the highway. That's kind of just like what we have right now. the government facilitates the operation and flow of traffic on the highway of life in the United States. It's not supposed to be all powerful. It's supposed to facilitate the citizenry taking care of its own business. And that's why we have some of the rules, so we aren't like it is in Europe, where we have very powerful governments based on an aristocratic concept of life, where there are certain people by dint of birth or other indicia become perceived as qualified to run things for others on a hereditary basis. We don't do that here. We don't have an absolutely powerful government designed to protect you, because that same kind of government that can protect you can become very oppressive. So people have rights to self-defense. They have rights to speak out. They have rights to be free from unreasonable search and seizures. So you can do a whole lot of stuff that might not even be legal, but as long as you don't breach the public peace, it's nobody's business but yours.
Okay.
See, we have these
Do
rules,
you believe?
and they are a balanced set of rules. They work.
Do you believe the Texas the Texas law that they passed today supersedes the Constitution, or do you think the Constitution failed and therefore the state has to protect its citizenry?
Which one? What did they come up with today?
The latest is they passed the law that if you cross the Texas line from Mexico, you violate state law and you are subject to be arrested, fined, released, and then next time you come in, it becomes a felony.
Well, guess what? That's basically what the U.S. law says. See, there's nothing wrong with a state having a law that reinforces the U.S. law.
So
It's the Biden administration simply is not enforcing the laws that are on the books.
So you don't believe that that it would fail going to SCOTUS if it was challenged by the Department of Justice?
It might, and it might not. Depends upon the way they're carrying it out. I'd have to look at the individual case. See, America doesn't deal with hypothetical legal situations. There actually has to be a specific controversy and issue for a court to pay attention to
Correct.
something.
Now,
you can't say what if, you have to say this happened.
Do you believe all the president's law that was set by prosecuting Trump and conservatives has altered the judicial system in setting case law?
Well, let me say this. I've been in this law business for more than a half century. Graduated not too badly at UCLA Law School years ago. All right. Now, I look at everything that they say Trump did, and I haven't seen anybody do this in law in years, but it used to be called a demurrer. Demurer. Dumerer.
Mm-hmm.
That means even if everything you say is true, so what? The person hasn't done anything wrong. And that's what I look at. And I read what they have accused Trump of doing. And I read the law. And I don't see that he did anything wrong. I'll give you an example. Let's take what they did the second time when they impeached him and they brought it to trial in front of the Senate. One of the grounds was Trump obstructed the will of Congress. That was a specific article of impeachment. The Constitution, Article 2, Section 4, says a person vice president or president can be impeached for three things. 1, bribery. 2, treason. 3, committing a felony or misdemeanor while in office. 1, obstructing the will of Congress is not a crime. So it's not a misdemeanor nor felony, nor is it enumerated as a bribe, nor is it enumerated as treason. Next thing, another technical basis. Article 1 of the Constitution says Congress shall consist of two chambers, a House of Representatives and a Senate. So when you say Trump obstructed the will of Congress, the stupid idiots who were in the House of Representatives presumed that when someone said Congress, because they are nominally known as congressmen, but then so are senators, but we haven't had that usage in 100-something years, assumed that if the House of Representatives was obstructed, that was obstructing the will of Congress. But since Article 1 says it also consists of the Senate being the body that judged the thing, all they did was take a poll, so to speak. Does anybody in here feel that they've been obstructed? No, he's president of our party. So that's out the door right at the beginning. So what did they do except waste everybody's time on that count? You see what I'm talking about? In other words, even if you did everything that you are accusing, if he did that, he didn't commit anything wrong. Obstructing the will of Congress is not an offense, particularly when you're only talking about one half of it. You see, that's where they go. The matter down here in Florida, the papers, the documents, the case is United States Department of Navy versus Egan, EGAN, 1988. There were various concurring opinions, and essentially, when you read the concurring opinions, what the U.S. Supreme Court said is the President of the United States as Chief Executive Officer and Commander-in-Chief can declassify or classify anything he chooses to classify or declassify in any fashion he chooses to use.
And without notice.
Without notice. And but he does secret. Now, what did he do? Well, he violated the law. Well, the case on that is Marbury versus Madison, 1803. And that case was brought when a gentleman named Marbury, who was appointed by the preceding president to a postal inspector's position. Well, President Madison said, no way, he can't do that because the act he proceeded under is unconstitutional. I refuse to go along with it. The United States Supreme Court said, guess what? Congress, if they pass an unconstitutional act, they will find themselves in the position of that act being null and void. So when the Congress passed this Security Act and it attempted to rein in the powers of the president, the Supreme Court said he couldn't do it. And the precedent was 220 years ago.
Wow.
Now, in other words, everything you say may be true, but so what? See, this is what I'm talking about.
So
Like,
do you believe this is?
I won't talk about the lady too badly because her father is a good friend of mine personally. We went to school for about 8 years together out in California. The prosecutor in Georgia. And she's got a 92 count indictment against him that I downloaded and went over carefully. Do you know she has actually got counts in that indictment where she claims that Trump committed a felony because he advised his followers to read or look at Newsmax? Hell, I read and look at it. So I committed a felony? Like if you lost your mind.
That's what leads us to believe that it's a straight up movie that they're making just to try to sway public opinion.
Yeah, and by the way, that's what the whole Bill of Rights is about. Prohibit the powers of the government from being used in a criminal fashion for purposes of political oppression.
It sounds like a pure case of election interference from internally.
Exactly. And also this thing too. What is one of the counts that they have pending in D.C.? Trump told Pence not to endorse the Electoral College results. That's supposed to be a crime? Well, there is a law on the books that's popularly known as the Confidence in Elections Act of 1877. It's still good law. As a matter of fact, when that fracas occurred on January 6th, it was the next item of pending business before the House. And what it says is anytime there is a displayed lack of confidence in the public about an election cycle, the Vice President of the United States shall not certify the Electoral College count, but shall instead call for the appointment of a 15-member commission, 5 from the House, 5 from the Senate, 5 from the U.S. Supreme Court. Said 15-member commission shall take a minimum of 10 days to conduct an independent audit of the electoral episode, and shall take such time in addition as is reasonably necessary. So, in other words, the law already on the books instructed the vice president to not certify the result because there was a lot of lack of confidence, and to restore confidence in the process, the electoral cycle, you're supposed to have this 15-member committee appointed. Did they do it? No, but they want to indict the man for calling for the law to be applied.
Pence violated the law.
Yes.
I don't know.
So they indict the president for insisting that the law be
I don't know if I should be worried more after your conversation, Judge, or less. I mean, where do we go from here in this country? It says, I mean, I came to America.
We need to straighten these idiots out and not let them get away with this.
Well, think about something, guys. It's kind of genius what Trump is doing because he has the money to fight this in court. And guess what? There's something called discovery where all their sins are going to be aired the F out.
Yeah. And by the way, if you're a good American, you ought to be pulling for Trump because Trump's a billionaire and the rest of us aren't. And if they can do that to him, what the hell would they be doing to the rest of us?
I doubt there's a lot of people that fall through the cracks and plead guilty to nothing because they have no way to fight. So the question is, who teaches law today in the last 20, 30 years in America? I mean, certainly not guys like you, Judge.
Well, let me ask you a question. Would you feel comfortable going to see a doctor who had never been an intern or a resident in a hospital?
Unfortunately, I had an experience, and I did that once in the Air Force and almost killed me.
Yeah, it's not a good idea. You want somebody who's been an intern and a resident.
Absolutely.
So they learn what the hell they're doing. They have judges and lawyers that have extensive practices that have never tried a case. They've got people of national renown as civil rights lawyers that have never been in front of a jury. You've got judges sitting on a bench who have had 5 trials as a lawyer. You had one, I know, that's on an appellate court right now. This person had been out of law school for 3 months, got sworn into the bar. 4 days later, after getting sworn into the bar, got appointed as a major trial judge for the state of Tennessee and never been in a court before they got sworn in as a judge of a court. And then less than 2 years out of law school, they got appointed by the Reagan administration as a federal judge.
All right, so I want to start winding it down, give it 31 minutes, and that would be a total of 3 hours. And I am big. You just came up. I'm gonna go to you, and then I'm gonna go around the room so people could give their last remarks. And anybody else that want to come up that have not spoken and want to say something or ask a question, do so now, because this is the last call for speakers to come up. Go ahead. I am big.
Big up to you, Dana. Big up to the judge. Big up. Um, I didn't like a particular song one day. It's like This Girl Is on Fire. And after about 50 times for the day hearing it for the whole week, I started singing This Girl Is on Fire. I said, damn, she got me. Okay. I'm just showing you a little thesis of where I'm going. If you've been watching Trump on TV since 2015, he's been on every day. This man been on every goddamn day till now. He been on the TV more than the goddamn president for his term. Every day, though. So after a while, repetitive muscle memory and all these things, we start liking something that we don't even like. We start like fantasizing with these things. Learn the game. It's all about the game, man. These people are running a game, a movie, like the young man just said earlier. It's a big movie all day. Trump been on TV before this as a celebrity apprentice before that. Oh my God, bro. Come on, all these people are actors. They belong to the Screen Actors Guild. Go punch up Obama. Punch all these people they have to take acting classes because they got to put on a performance and for us, for all of us here that don't know no better, look like. But at the end of the day, you vote for who you vote for. But this America thing, the system that we're under, the oppression, it will never change. So, enjoy the day, guys. Thank you for the time, Dana.
Thank you.
Okay,
Coming up.
you speak something interesting. I'm glad you brought this up. It can be both ways. Each side can make the claim of it. But the Nazis knew this truth. Tell a lie long enough and loud enough, and you can get anyone to believe it, including the liar. And when you start saying something over and over and over, and I've heard some stuff when it first started 55 years ago, and they've been saying it over and over and over again, and now people believe it is gospel. And it's not true. And when I was 55 years ago, I was still a grown man. I was a grown man. I could buy whiskey and vote. So this is something I've been looking at. I'm an old man, but hell, I don't feel like one. But
technically old now is 90 and plus. 90
well,
plus.
I ain't old then. So anyway, but I've been around long enough to have seen this stuff develop. So it amazes me when people start taking stuff and I look at it. You remember when we first heard this? Oh, we said it was BS, and now these folk believe it like it's real. I even had somebody was talking about I was riding on somebody's coattails, a detractor, a troll on a comment I put. And what he was talking about was from another discourse. And it's like, no, I didn't ride on somebody's coattail. I was this man's teacher. I was his instructor. So you're talking about I'm riding on somebody you think is a folk hero, his tail. Hell, I taught him. Or I recruited this man to college. Yeah, he used to hang out. I was a mentor for him. Been there, seen that, done that. And you want to act like I'm trying to steal something from him? No. If you mentored somebody, take credit for what you're doing. You helped them out. Be proud of it. That's the thing. But people don't get it anymore. They have fantasies. They have trivia that becomes real to them. They don't like it, but they find themselves, like you did, humming along to it. And the worst thing, by the way, in hell is to can't get a song out of your mind. It runs through your head over and over, and you hate the damn thing.
I want to mention something, and then I'm gonna go to Danny, and then because this is the last round. So this is listen. Anybody that's listening, if you want to make a statement or ask a question, do so now. Because now I'm going around for people to give their final remarks. I'm gonna go to Danny, then I'm gonna go back to Veridi again because he's in another country in another time zone. Ricky, and then Arkansas. And of course, Judge, you'll close it out. But I want to say this from YouTube. This is NC said, did you know blacks are the leading did you know blacks are leading the race in homelessness, which is true because that's an article that just came out this week. I think he's referring to the handouts the white America received: free land, housing, acquisition, and labor. Right, Dana. Okay. So I guess that was going back to what Ricky, me, and Arkansas was having a discussion on. But yes, that is true. Black people are leading in homelessness in this nation. So I'm gonna go to Danny, Veridi, which is Tony, I'm sorry, and Ricky, and then Arkansas.
Thank you, Dana. Judge Joe Brown, I would like to say that I don't ever do this, but it would be an honor if you shot me a follow, sir. I love listening to you and looking at your tweets. Thank you for your time tonight. Two things. What I like what Arkansas was saying earlier about generational. So I'm not black, so I can't talk about like reparations. And if somebody's family was a slave, let them have it. That's how I think. But when it comes to how do we fix our society? For too long, I believe that we've been pit one against another, when in reality, I'm not saying that racism doesn't exist, but I believe that it's really the poor against the uber wealthy. And like in my family, you guys were talking earlier about how you were saying like, well, black people don't trust each other enough to raise money and do all this stuff. Well, guess what? I'm not black, and not one member of my very large family will come together to do any type of business with each other because it's been ingrained in them that family and business don't mix. And I believe the exact opposite. And I'm raising my children to believe the exact opposite too. So, in my home, I have two sons, a 4-month-old and a 6-year-old, and I'm going to try my best to raise them in a manner in which they'll pass the things that I've taught them on to their children. And I think that this takes generations, and that the whole feed a man a fish, give a man a fish, he'll feed himself for a day, teach him how to fish, he'll feed his whole village. That's why communism doesn't work. And I just want to say I'm very grateful for this conversation. Oh, and one more thing about the song that you hear that you don't like, but you end up singing along. Well, I grew up in New York in the 90s, where in almost every single rap song, uh, people aspired to be like Donald Trump and talked about him like he was the greatest thing in the world, until the media told them that they needed to hate him. So he literally was in every single rap song that folks sang, including myself, and hummed along to, until the media told folks not to like him. So that's all I want to say. Thank you guys for letting me talk. I love listening in on spaces like this, and thanks
Thank
for
you. I
having
appreciate you coming up.
me.
I
Thank you.
want to say
Thank you,
I want
sir.
to say thank you to
Yeah.
everybody and giving me an opportunity. I'm really an introvert. I don't get on conversations a lot. No, I don't even talk to my relatives because I don't think they have anything smart to say. But you know, I was
You're not the only one.
I was well. You know, you always have that uncle who knows everything. But I came to America as a 10-year-old, and I have relatives from my mom's side who live in Russia, I have relatives on my father's side who live in Crimea. I have relatives from my father's side who live in Italy. I'm of Greek ancestry. And growing up in the 60s, the first thing I learned was about the American Revolution as a 2-year-old in Greece. So because it was so important, the values that the American ideal or concept promoted of self-determination, freedom, speech, religion, that was ingrained in children like me in the 60s in foreign countries. That's why most that came to America had a passion of becoming an American. I came to America, I served 25 years in the Air Force, and I worked for President Reagan and President Bush the first. And it's even though I have an opportunity to have a dual citizenship with the nation of Greece, the Republic of Greece, and they classify me as a citizen, I refuse to accept a passport because I took an oath to the Constitution, which I value dearly. And it pains me to see a nation like this deteriorate and its values disappear. And I don't know where we go from here, but I pray and hope and fight that we find the path that we can make America a nation that can survive. Because right now we're at a crossroad, and I don't know, those who come today, they have the passion to understand, who is the swamp fox. I don't even think if you ask an American today, they would know who Marion was. So it saddens me, but it was a pleasure to talk to everybody and giving me an opportunity to get out of my shell. It's about
Wait, did you say swamp fox?
swamp fox.
My father, when I was a child, used to sing me an old folk song that went fox, swamp fox, tail in his hat. Nobody knows where swamp fox at.
Yeah, Francis.
Yeah, that
Francis
one.
Marion. Actually, I write children's book about the Revolutionary War. At least I'm attempting to. I'm not an author, but I write them to a sense to be able to teach the new kids about the Americanization of what is it to be an American. America is not a nation; it's a group of people, and it's an idea. It's 50 nations, 50 countries that come together, and that's what creates the unique multiculturalism in a community. Not the people, the nations themselves, because you come to America, you become an American by the de facto that you believe in the Constitution and the Republic, not because you join. Because in reality, you're a citizen of a state. I'm a Floridian. I live in, my family lives in the Tampa Bay area, so I'm a citizen of the state of Florida. Nobody except for the passport. All my other paperwork says I'm a domiciled citizen of Florida. So we don't teach those things to children anymore, and that's the sad part. So I hope these conversations can continue, and the judge will enlighten more people with stories about the Constitution, because I think his wisdom has to be parted and left for the next generations. Otherwise, we are in big trouble. And I try to do my part. I travel the world pretty much for work and my own business and other things. And, America's in my mind all the time. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate you being up this late and joining the space. So thank you. I'm glad to have you back again.
I appreciate you, sir. And the other thing, interestingly enough, my granddaughter, one of my granddaughters, is half Russian. Her mother is still in the Navy, but was born in Russia. So interesting perspective that brings to the family tree from what comes from that side of things. So thank you for being part of it. It is, did you hear what I said earlier about America is like ancient Rome? Rome was not an ethnicity. Rome was an idea. And America is an idea. Some of us have had a hard time being part of that idea, but it's still an idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Ricky and Arkansas.
Hey, everybody, in closing. So I certainly agree Trump has been done dirty. 2016, it was a coup and everything, but he never learned his lesson, right? He didn't pardon Assange. And if he gets reelected, he would be the lesser evil, but he's going to bring in the same neocons, make the same mistakes. And he didn't lobby for them to not reauthorize FISA, which is the thing that got him framed in the first place. And no Republicans even talked about it. That's the whole thing that undermined his presidency, is the FISA warrants. Nobody said a thing. And we talk about America. I love America. What America needs is cash reparations for Black Americans, ADO specifically, housing, healthcare, and education as rights, because Israel gets all of that on our dime. We should have the same thing.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming up. And you was one of the early ones too, along with
Can
Arkansas.
I interject real quick? Because my ancestors from 150 years ago were slaves to the Ottomans. My great-great-grandmother was sold twice in Venice. So do I get part of that reparation too? Can I be part of it, or is it only for people of African descent?
Well, no. It's not even for people of African descent.
He just got here.
The reparations here in America is for the Black Americans, and that's not because if you come from Africa, whether it's Ghana, Nigeria, you don't get reparations here. But to your situation with the Ottomans, yeah, your families deserve reparations, but you got to go to the Ottoman Empire, the Persians, and get it.
Well, I really
but I'm being very serious, because I think that you should get reparations. You are owed that. It's just that not here in America, because Americans was the ones that
forgive me, but I came to America and I think that was the best reparation I can have, because it allowed me to build multi-billion-dollar businesses, which I sold, gave everything away. So you can't do that as a little kid living on an island in the Mediterranean.
And this is why I want to close the borders and stop having these smart people come here and say what's what to us. That's wrong. That's not okay.
No.
Wait. Hold on.
Why is it every time we about to close out, it's like
okay? Let me
a
ask
couple
you a
other
question.
people came up here.
Let me ask you a
Arkansas,
question.
can you just hold tight, because I want you to be the last
Let me
speaker,
ask
Arkansas.
everybody a question in this chat. Do we reject mathematical equations because somebody in our ethnic group didn't come up with them?
I don't.
Do we reject GPS when we're trying to go someplace because we didn't invent the devices or come up with the calculations?
Nope.
You see, that's what we have to get away from. We study history, but we study the history of China, but everybody that writes about Chinese history is not Chinese. Everybody that writes about Roman history or Greek history is not of that persuasion. Everybody that writes about what happened to Black folk is not Black. Everybody that writes about what happened in the Civil War is not somebody that was alive in the Civil War or even living in the United States. You see, so when we talk about English history, a lot of what is written about it isn't written by an English subject. So truth has no face but truth itself. And you cut your nose off to spite your face if you reject something that may be true because somebody in your group didn't make the observation. Sometimes the most profound observations are made by someone who is not familiar with the culture, who comes in from the outside, and he sees stuff that stands out that the people who are from that culture ignore and pay no attention to because it's just part of the day-to-day thing and they don't realize
Mm-hmm.
So, with that admonition, I just say, listen, you might learn something.
Mm-hmm.
Respect to Verity, but I do believe that if I was to say that in Greece, they would tell me to mind my damn business. That's all.
Nah,
Mm-hmm.
the Greeks are actually very philosophical. They're very opinionated, and they will argue with you on their position, but they will never tell you that your position is not valid or invalid. I mean, the best philosophers in the world, you'll find them in taxi drivers driving in Athens.
All right, so I want to go to the Liberty and then Azza and then Arkansas. Because these are two new speakers, so I want to get them in. And I want to say thank you to Liberty because you are always tagging me in things about the illegal migrant crisis that's happening, and I'm going to be using that as content on my YouTube. So I really appreciate you continuing to do that. Go ahead, you have the floor.
Thank you, Dana, and thank you, Judge Joe Brown, for the space. And I've been in and out, so I haven't heard everything. Um, but what I like to say, particularly with regards to 2024, for me, I'd like to see, and you probably can tell I'm a Black American, for Black people to get away from identity politics. Uh, I come from Chicago, and I'm a transplant to Arizona, but I lived the majority of my life in Chicago. And one thing I can say is that Black people were done badly by mostly Black people. Now, have we been done wrong by other people? Yes. But for me now, my people are whoever believe in, freedom, liberty, the right to defend themselves, free speech. Those are my people. And I think as time goes on, so you were talking about Israel earlier, and I don't really have a dog in the fight. You know, I have been wronged by Jewish people. Uh, I have been wronged by Palestinian people. There was an influx of people during the 80s of Arab Americans, and I don't know, they settled in the Black neighborhood, and it wasn't always a nice relationship. Let's just put it like that. But I do love all people. I don't care, who you are, what your religion is, what your ethnicity is. But I think America's biggest issue right now, other than our government and elected officials pretty much just doing what they want and not following the rule of law, is the invasion at the border. People talk about reparations. Your reparations is coming right over the border. What I mean is the people coming over the border in the numbers that they are and diluting our numbers and taking resources from tax-paying Americans. Well, they're getting your reparations for Black people who believe in reparations. So I don't think reparations is coming. Uh, I don't necessarily think that we need reparations. There were times that were much harder. In this country, I had the benefit of knowing my grandmother, who was born in 1912, that were much harder, and still Black people made it. And we have a time now where we have more millionaires, more billionaires. And I think that the Democratic Party, mostly, has been great at framing the conversation. Dr. King once said you have to get the language right. And the Democratic Party are masters at language. For example, right now they have everybody saying the word migrant. It's really a misnomer because those people are not leaving. When you're a migrant, you're migrating, you're moving back and forth. Those people are not leaving. So I know I'm all over the place, Dana, and I apologize for that. But
It's a summation, so you're summing it up because. Go ahead, you're good.
so, and the other thing is too, we got so much love, or our elected officials who seem to, not care what the people say anymore. But we have so much love for the migrants, quotation marks. Does anybody remember Hurricane Katrina? I do.
Yeah.
They treated our people like they were, less than dogs. I have Louisiana roots. People were up on the roofs, waiting, waiting, waiting for somebody to help them. And now our government has so much to give. So what I'm trying to say is we have a Trojan horse. I believe we're already in World War III. And the Trojan horse is the invasion at the border. They're coming in. And I don't think they're going to be so kind to Americans, tax-paying Americans, when they don't have food to eat. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I want to go to.
Let me make
Okay.
an observation.
Okay. And
Back
after you,
to
I'll go to Aza.
back to what some of the Israelis said about using nukes on themselves. Look up Masada, Masada, Mike Alpha Sierra Alpha Delta Alpha, Masada. It was a fortress on the verge of the desert in the Middle East, and the Romans besieged it. And the Israeli defenders held out heroically for a long time until the siege engineers for the legions built a ramp up there. And what they all did is, rather than be captured, they committed suicide. Now, that's part of, I guess it's like part of that Bushido thing that we ran into in World War II with the Japanese. We weren't prepared for that aspect of things with the kamikaze and dying for the emperor. But that is part of the culture. Masada, Masada. Look it up. Very interesting, and see if you don't sense a few parallels with what might happen. That's why I said we've got to do something as a people to stop that from getting far, and we have to impose a resolution, since Israel and the Arabic community over there in the Palestinian area have become international surrogates for a lot of power plays. Remember, this goes back to the Middle Ages, the Dark Ages, and the Crusades that started in 1099, where you had Islam, Judaism, and Christianity all fighting over the Holy Land.
All right. I want to go to Aza and then Arkansas. Danny, I see you requesting. I'm trying to close out.
Hi.
Let me just bring up.
Hey, Dana.
Did I say your name right? Aza
Aza
or
is fine.
Aza?
Yeah, just
Aza.
real
Okay.
quick. I wanted to talk on what I wasn't in the room for a long time, so I really wasn't talking to the topic. I wanted to speak to what Verity was saying, really quick. I felt like that argument was very disingenuous. I'm not sure what your nationality is, but if we're talking about reparations in America, why are you talking about the Ottoman Empire and your grandmother being sold in Venice? With that being said, I feel like when you came here, you was right. You did get your reparations. And 10 years from now, when these migrants tell a story about how they came here with nothing and pulled themselves up from the bootstrap, I would love to remind them of how many handouts and cash outs that they have been given. And the fact of the matter is, it's not the fact that black people deserve black people deserve reparations. It's not the fact of whether or not we need them or not. We wouldn't constantly sabotage when everybody else that came into this country got an open hand. And to be honest with you, instead of everybody worried about how much black people going to get and how that's going to affect them, they should really be rallying behind Black people, because if we could get reparations here, it would set the precedence for everybody to get.
Can I ask a question since this was addressed to me? Can I ask?
I wasn't finished speaking, and I waited.
Yeah, but let her
Yeah,
finish, and
please.
then you can
Sorry, I
reply.
have a
But let
little
her
delay.
finish.
My internet,
Very
it's horrible.
So with that being said, I'm a New Yorker. I don't live in New York, but it was a lady that was living on 59th Street in a 59th Street hotel, and she got moved to Brooklyn. And she said she'd rather go home because her kids go to school on 59th Street. I'm not sure if y'all know what the income level is on 59th Street, but the fact of the matter is that she came here with nothing and she's on 59th Street, and that's the standard that she wants now, or else she'll go home. I feel like that's what a lot of migrants are getting. No one really comes to this country to start at the bottom to get to the top. Everybody come up here for the free handouts. And if anybody should get a handout, it should be the people that built this country. And we shouldn't have to explain it to nobody else, not somebody whose grandmother was sold in Venice from the Ottoman Empire. That sounds like you got something to do with the Persians. I don't even know if the Ottoman Empire even still exists today, but the United States of America does. And my people laid the foundation, work for here. And if you wasn't here when the foundation was being laid, I feel like you should mind your business.
Well,
and I'm tired of telling people
isn't that the issue? 5,000 free slaves owned 15,000 or 12,000 African slaves in the South. They fought with the
You also know the culture of the South, but you had to buy your family outside.
Let me finish my thought and then you can answer.
To be honest, I was just wanting to say that.
The Cherokee tribes, even after
just listen to, be respectful and listen to the man. He's listening to you. He's got the floor. Just listen. You might learn something.
In the 1800s,
maybe you won't. Maybe
the
you
Cherokee
will.
Indians still held African slaves even after the Civil War ended. And in fact, the American government had to force the Indians to release the slaves. My point is this.
Wait, I'm sorry. Repeat what you just said, because you're saying Turkey holding Africans, and you're talking about the Civil War.
I said the Cherokee Indians, the tribes of the plains, they had more slaves than anyone after the Civil War ended in 1865, 1867.
That's after the Civil War.
Exactly.
But not before.
The Cherokee well, they had them before, but they refused to give them.
They had them before, but they didn't have the most. And Cherokees, they were slaughtered, so it's not like it was a whole bunch of them.
I'm going to ask a political question, just like they asked the Israelis. How many dead is just dead? 1, 20, 10,000? So how many slaves are okay?
What is your point with that?
The point is that slavery started in North Africa by the Arabs, by the Muslims. And if you understand 1812, when Jefferson sent the Navy, the reason why we sent the Navy there, because the Barbary pirates, who were Muslims, were actually capturing American ships and enslaving and selling the sailors. And Jefferson had to send not an armada, but that's how the Marines were created. That's why when we sing the song From the Shores of Tripoli, they were talking about the enslavement of the Americans by the Ottoman Barbary Muslims. So
you're talking about one slave ship, one American slave ship.
No.
That has slaves on it. That was
No. Historical reference. From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. That's in the Marine Corps hymn. We fought piracy. The Barbary pirates at the beginning of the 19th century, after England said, all right, now you're free from us. You're on your own. Go defend yourself against the pirates. And we built that frigate, the Constitution, that's still in commission in the U.S. Navy. You can see in Baltimore Harbor today. That ship got built to fight the pirates because the pirates were sitting there and they were capturing American ships and taking the sailors on the ships and selling them into slavery.
Who was the sailors? Were they white or black?
Both.
Yeah.
Okay, but
and they
again,
took women.
No. This. Wait. Slow down. Because I don't need a history lesson on what happened over there. I'm
talking about
you.
These are American
I'm asking
citizens.
you. Wait. Because we're talking about slavery and we're talking about Black Americans that were enslaved. So to verity, Tony. correlate so you're talking about an incident that happened in 1812. What does that have to do with Black Americans being
Well,
enslaved
let me
here
say
in
this.
America? No, I
I
want him to answer, Judge.
go ahead.
Well,
Okay.
this is where the slavery started in the Mediterranean in the 1800s by the Ottomans and by the Barbary Muslims. In fact,
Okay, can you
today,
slow down
in
for 1
fact,
second?
today,
1 second.
you're talking about reparations. Today in Mauritania, the Boko Haram, which it's an Islamic jihadist organization, is still selling Black Africans in the slave markets of Mauritania.
Right, absolutely. Okay,
So
stop.
please, when you talk
Wait,
about
stop right there for a second.
reparations,
Stop. No, stop right there for a second. Stop. Again, that's true. Now, actually, slavery with the Arabs enslaving people, because you had the East African slave trade, you have the transatlantic slave trade, and then you had the South African, the southern part of the continent of Africa, in a slave trade. It was 3 different slave trades going on simultaneously for centuries. And to this day, you're right. In East Africa, there is a serious slave trade still going on with the Arabs enslaving the Africans. However, those reparations for those Africans has nothing to do with the reparations that are owed to Black Americans. So when Aza came up here and she said what she said, I do agree with her 1000%. She was right. And she did felt some kind of way when you alluded to reparations. Are you owed to reparations? Yes, you are, sir, but not reparations from our American government. You will have to go to the Ottoman. And just because some pirates captured 1 or 2 or 3 ships with a mixture of Black and white sailors, and I'm pretty sure those Black people were not considered sailors. They were probably the enslaved Africans helping them sail. But just because they didn't capture 3 ships doesn't entitle Africans throughout the eastern part of Africa reparations from America. You have to deal with the Persians. That has nothing to do with the history of Black Americans being enslaved here since the early 1600s to 1865.
It does have something.
No, it does not.
Because
and I'm
it
not about
wasn't
to have
just
the
one.
reparations
It was
conversation right now.
It wasn't just 1 or 2 ships. It was so serious that the United States Congress authorized the rebuilding of the United States Navy.
Right, because those were American ships being taken hostage. So if you want, but again, it has nothing to do with the enslaved Black Americans here at the time.
Look. Everybody that was Black was not a slave.
My point is this, Judge, because I don't want to go in deep. My point is this.
All I'm just saying
Tony does not get reparations from the American government.
I mean, that's not what he's talking about.
No, he did. He asked the question, do I get reparations? And the only thing we were saying is, no, you get reparations from the Ottoman Empire, not from America.
There is no Ottoman Empire now.
Well, whoever took over the Ottoman Empire.
Hold on. He's making a rhetorical point here. And I brought that up, and you and I discussed
a rhetorical point of
what? Look. It's on this Twitter space, X space I'm doing tomorrow. How far back do we go? That's what he's talking about. See, that gets to the issue
to the
that
inception
everywhere
of America.
Listen.
Yes, because before America was America, it was England that controlled the 13 colonies.
That's not what we're talking about.
I don't care what you're talking about. No, I'm not going to listen because I want to wrap up this
hold
space.
up
Number
a point.
one.
It's very
Number
quick.
2, wait.
It's
Number
very
2,
quick.
you agree with what Tony said. What I'm saying is when Aza came up here and said what she said, she was not wrong. Now, to his point earlier, yes, there have been people enslaved throughout this world. And he highlighted his lineage, his family that was enslaved by the Ottoman Empire during that time. And I'm not disputing that. But what I'm saying is, and what Azza was saying, what you said to her for her to be quiet, maybe she'll learn something, which she did not have anything to learn. She was just reminding him and correcting him that our reparations here in America. Wait, no, I'm not finished. Our reparations here in America has nothing to do with Greece. It has nothing to do with the Ottoman Empire centuries ago, and it has nothing to do with the Mediterranean Sea.
Okay, now let me get back to the reality check. Black Americans think they're the only people in the world
No,
that have
we
gone
do
through
not. We are the
certain
only
things.
ones that need reparations
No,
here in
listen,
America.
excuse
So
me.
I
Hold
don't need
on.
a
That's not
reality
my
check on
point,
that.
Dana. That's not my point, Dana.
No, you
The
said Black
point is
Americans think we're
this.
the only ones that
Too many,
deserve
no,
anything.
that's not the point. Too many Black Americans think their experience is unique. It's not. It's
It is.
part
It
of
is. It is.
human
It is
culture.
unique in a certain way.
It's part of human culture.
Yes, but
There,
but
people
every
have
human
taken.
culture that was put in
Look,
slavery
look,
does
look,
have their
look,
A
look,
own
look,
barbaric
look,
uniqueness
look.
of it.
European culture, a barbaric human European culture,
Excuse me,
Judge.
it's not just
Barbaric.
European culture.
Barbaric, yes. Slavery comes
Slavery
from
did not end
Slovenia,
in
Slovakia, the
Africa
word.
until the 20th
Slavery
century.
comes from that the diaspora, not
Slavery did not look.
not African. The word slavery comes from that diaspora. That those are barbaric human
Slavery
beings.
comes from Slav.
Thank
The
you.
point is,
Thank you.
I
Thank
we're
Slavs
you.
not
were
oblivious.
ideal
We know
slaves
that
for
slavery
most of the
existed
world.
in
There was
other
another
parts of
word.
the world. I need everybody
Look,
to mute up for a
look.
second. There's too much
Everybody
noise in the
kept
background.
slaves. Everybody kept slaves. The Egyptians had them. Dahomey had them. East Africa
Right.
had
Yes,
them.
I'm not disputing that.
China had them.
And Asa
They had them in
was
South
not disputing
America.
that. She was not disputing that.
That's not the point.
No, that
What
was
is
the point
going
she
on
was making
look,
is
look.
this is the point. Tony said, do I get reparations
It's a
too here in
rhetorical
America?
question. Back
It was a
off and you'll
rhetorical
get
question.
it.
Thank you, Judge.
And I said no.
It's a rhetorical
No,
question.
but why would you throw that rhetorical
Understand.
question out there to try to
Somebody
link?
look.
Why would you throw that
Do
question
you
out
get
there
the
to
do you
try to
get
link
what it
your
was?
struggles
Did
with
you get
Black Americans?
look, stop it.
No,
Did
I'm
you
not going to
did
stop
no
because you
you
have to
don't get it.
understand
Get
somewhat
it.
that some people will get
Will you
offensive.
stop being
No, because let me talk.
argumentative
Let
and just
me talk. I'm
listen?
not being argumentative. If
Listen.
you agree with
The
everything Tony
man
says,
is
that's fine.
talking about he was
I don't care
personally
because
look.
I'm going to finish what I was saying.
Listen.
I'm going to finish what I
Yeah,
was
but you're
saying.
not talking
No,
about what he's
it
talking
doesn't
about.
matter. It doesn't matter because when he asked that rhetorical question, the fact is that he was trying to link his lineage plight with ours, and it is a difference. So
Now,
you
let me
can ask
ask
all
you
the
a
rhetorical
question that he
questions
was
you want, but as
asking
an
you.
intellect, you
Let me
know
ask
that
you a
rhetorical
question that he
questions
was
does not
asking you.
stand. It's
Let
as
me
if you're
ask you
trying
a
to be
question.
as
Let
if you're
me
trying to
ask
be
you a
slighted. And
question.
wait, let me finish. Damn. The point is, when you ask rhetorical questions and when you try to link what happened to you and make it be on the same lines as Black Americans, you need to understand that yes, that could be taken as an offense. And
Why?
that's what the woman was saying when she came up here.
Why?
Whether you agree with it or not. Why? Number
Why?
one, this is why. See, I'm not going to sit here and say I was offended because I kind of understood where you were going. But I did correct you and say, well, to your rhetorical question, you would not get reparations here in America. But yes, you are owed reparations,
That's
but you
not
need to
even
go
his
sue
point.
another nation.
That's
She
not
said
his
to
point.
him, she said
That's
to
not
him,
that Dana.
I don't
That's
care
not
about
the
his
man's
point. What I'm
point.
saying, you just asked the question, how can that be offensive to
Dana,
somebody?
that's not the man's point. Do you have personal knowledge of anybody that's actually been a slave? He's telling you he does. His relative was sold
So
as
what?
a
So
slave.
do I.
No, but he knows the person or met them.
No, he wasn't even born yet. That person died before he was born. What are you talking about?
Hey, same situation I had.
The person he was talking about was dead before he was alive. So, Judge, you wasn't even listening to what he was saying.
I heard what he said.
So then how you want to say, oh, he knows someone that was enslaved? No, he does not. He's talking about centuries before he even existed.
Look, excuse me. An immediate family member of his had been sold into slavery, not once,
no, he
but
did not
several
say that.
times.
No. He
What
said
did you
his
ask him?
great-grandmother.
Ask
No, he
him.
did not. He went
Great
down
grandmother?
his lineage.
Great-grandmother.
He went down his lineage. This man was not born yet when that person was enslaved.
Well, my grandfather was born in 1850 in the South, and he was jet black. So I knew him. I was sitting on the side of his bed when he died.
So what? But when
And he
slavery
told
was
me about. He
happening
left
in
me
his
a
lineage,
detailed journal
when the
about what
person who
went
was
on.
enslaved in Tony's
So
lineage,
maybe
Tony
that
was
gives
not
you a little
alive.
knowledge that other people don't have. Why
No,
don't
that
you
has that
listen to it?
what you're trying to lay out had nothing to do with the point of reparations.
It's the point is this. You want reparations for black slavery. That's personal. But the world doesn't give a shit about
I
it
don't
because
give a fuck
the
about the
world
world.
has had
Do Jews,
slavery since there have been
Zionists,
humans in
any
this
other
world.
group, they don't give a fuck about the world either. I don't need the world approval, and I'm not
I
seeking it.
didn't say approval.
So you
I
keep
just
saying the
said,
world don't care.
I
I
just
don't care
said,
if they don't care. It's not
My
about that.
position on it would be, it would be nice to get reparations.
That's fine. And I don't
But
know. We're not. That's why I said this is not the reparations conversation.
Until somebody is willing to go kick ass about it, to go to war about it, it's still begging.
No
Whatever,
disrespect, Dana.
however you may want to put it, the woman came up here, and I'm sorry, Judge, when you said to her, "Just let him finish, you might learn something."
Yeah,
that was offensive. You shouldn't have
why?
said it. Because
she needed
she
to.
was no. Because what she was saying was not ignorant.
All
what
it
she was
it's
saying.
not
Let
ignorant.
me finish.
Go
What she
ahead.
was saying was not false. She was speaking from a factual standpoint. Now
she's speaking from an emotional
Wait a minute.
standpoint.
No, she's not. No, she is not. That is her belief. That is her opinion that we are owed reparation. It is your belief.
I
It is your opinion. The fact is that you think it's begging unless we get up and fight. But that's what she was saying. So don't say that a woman that be quiet, maybe you'll learn something from this man.
Listen to me.
When she's the one correcting him about something of her history.
Look, reality check. Because you personally, not necessarily you, but because a person is personally invested in an emotional position relative to a situation, doesn't mean anybody else IDs with that emotive situation. So when you deal with people, 360 some million people in this country, and there are 300 million more people than there are of you, and you're trying to convince them that they ought to let you have something or that you've earned something, you need to be able to persuade them. Your emotive situation does not help because
what I'm telling you, right, and to your point with that, I don't need to persuade. Black Americans don't need to persuade 300 million people. And the fact is that that particular speaker that came up, she was not talking to that.
How you going to get reparations?
What she was, and then you want to wait a minute.
By having a backbone, by having a vertebrae.
How you gonna get it if you got to persuade 300 million people?
No. You need to persuade the right people, certain people, but not 300 million.
300 million people to go along with.
Listen. I'm not saying, in order to get reparations, you got to beg. No, it does take for you to get up and fight. Stop interrupting me. It does take for any group of people. If you want something, saying that a government owe you something, then yes, you have to fight for that. You have to be strategically planning, organizing, and push and fight for it. That's not what that woman was saying. Don't dismiss somebody because they are saying to somebody, no, let me stop interrupting me. Don't dismiss somebody and say to that person, maybe you'll learn something from another person who sit up here and made a comment about that person's lineage and trying to link it to theirs. See, that's what she was just letting him know it is a difference. Your reparations has nothing to do with America. It has to do with the Ottoman or Greece or whoever.
Okay, now let me ask you this question. He's an American, so what the hell do our reparations have to do with his situation?
Nothing.
Right. And who's going to be paying the reparations?
I don't know. Listen, I'm
the government.
It don't matter.
It doesn't matter
who. What I'm saying is that it wasn't a conversation about reparations. He brought it up like you said, as a rhetorical question. And what he brought up, he was bringing up his damn lineage. He was bringing up his history of his family being He was bringing up his lineage. He was bringing up the history of his family that was enslaved. And it wasn't even a rhetorical question. It was a question of kind of like being a smart ass. Well, don't I get reparations too? But if you want to keep listen, you want to keep defending him, that's all. That's your business. But the fact of the matter is, he don't get reparations from America. I don't care if you American 10 times over. Tony don't get reparations from America. That's the bottom line.
I'm Jamaican and I don't get it either, Judge. I'm Jamaican and I don't get it.
Anyone who is not. No, I'm not finished. I'm not finished. Anyone who is not Black American, you are not entitled to the reparation that is owed to us, period. Now, how we get it, how much, that ain't the motherfucking conversation right now. But the fact is that if somebody comes up here, whether they are challenging, whether they are correcting, or whether they are making a factual statement about their lineage, you or nobody else has the place to say, well, just listen to her. Maybe you'll learn something, because it wasn't nothing she was trying to learn. She was trying to correct him with the comment that he made. And I need for Tony to understand, and I don't care how many administrations you work for, the fact is that when you make such a claim of trying to link your lineage to ours, you have to understand that some people will take highly offense to
you
it.
got too much anger for Christmas.
I don't have
I'm
enough
talk
anger.
to my niece.
And I'm not being angry. I'm being very direct. I'm being very direct, and I'm being very assertive. I'm not an angry Black woman, sir. I'm being assertive. It's a difference from anger and assertive. I am educating you and I'm correcting you when it comes to our lineage here. Now, the judge is going to defend you. That's his business. He doesn't. We don't. And me and the judge disagree on certain things. That is our business, and we have a right to do it. But make no mistake about it. You need to learn the difference between angry and assertive. And that's the second time that you were just being offensive. And I wanted the judge to understand his remark and sir, your remark, and how that could be taken as an offense. And if you can't take constructive criticism, then you're not much of an intellect like I thought you were.
Excuse me. Let me say this. I have had to put up with racism and a lot of discrimination and prejudice in this country longer than just about anybody on this chat. I have done at least as much as anybody listening to counter it. I did not take offense by the rhetorical remarks of the gentleman calling in from Europe. I found them on point. I differ with you respectfully, Miss Dana. I think it was valid. I also look at it this way in terms of a big picture. Reparations. The Black Caucus in Congress is supposed to represent Black folks' interest. They had a big charade 4.5 years ago, 2 weeks worth of a circus, whether or not to appoint a commission to study reparations. And 2 weeks later, the Black Caucus sponsored a bill styled, quote, the Gay Reparations Act, unquote, where they passed it on the first voice vote without debate in the House and the Senate. And every damn son of a bitch on the Congressional Black Caucus supported the damn thing. Now, I don't buy into this emotional bullshit. That has not been my business, because when you buy into emotional stuff, you lose the battle. Now, the rights that we have either apply to everybody or they apply to nobody. When you make exceptions and exclusions, they fall by the wayside. I was a judge, a defense lawyer, prosecutor, an advocate for 50 damn years. And I know what happens when you start shading the thing so one group gets rights the other doesn't get. It goes to hell real quickly. So he is an American citizen. He had a question. And the point goes to this. If this is a universal condition in the United States that is suffered by certain Black folk with certain ancestry, it is also a universal condition suffered by humans throughout the course of humanity's existence. We are not the only ones. So when we want a certain kind of treatment, it would behoove us that if we want to be persuasive, we need to learn the other side's perspective so those points can be addressed. Because unless we want to do what happened back in the mid 60s when Black Americans were burning down towns and cities, which they're not going to do right now, investing consequences, when you're asking, you just can't come in and demand and expect everybody to drop what they're doing and say, oh, they are really invested in this emotionally. Let's give it to them. They may not go
Wait,
for
why
that.
you keep saying the word emotional?
Because that's what it
Where
is.
are you getting this from
The
tonight?
world doesn't give a shit.
Who was emotional? Who
The
was emotional?
world doesn't
I'm asking
give
you a
a
question.
shit.
Who was emotional?
We are.
Who is we? No, I'm talking about during this Twitter space.
Black folk tend to get emotional about certain issues. That's that whole woke culture.
Wait, because the woman
rest
came
of
up here.
Do you
because
understand
the
what
woman
it?
came up. Wait.
No. Do you
Are you saying
understand
that?
what
Wait,
it
let me
means?
ask you this question.
Go ahead.
The woman that came up here earlier, she came up here, she made a statement. She was emotional for that?
I said, listen to the man. You might learn something.
And the fact, and honestly,
And you know what it is to learn?
Wait, 1 second. Stop. You keep saying emotional, and I'm referring to right now on this Twitter space. The woman came up here, she made factual statement. She was talking about her history here in America. And she made a statement going against what Tony said. That wasn't emotional.
The point is this.
She wasn't, and honestly, she was very respectful.
Letting him look.
No, she was. Yes, she was. Now,
she
wait a
wasn't
minute.
letting
Stop,
him
Judge,
make
stop,
his
stop.
point.
She did.
When I said,
no,
listen
she did
to
because
him,
when she talked,
listen to
he
me.
did interject
Listen
for
to
a quick.
me.
No, stop. Let me.
You're
finish.
doing the same
Let
thing
me
she
finish.
was
No,
doing.
because you're interrupting me now. When she came up here and she was speaking, he did get off his mic when she talked. And then she said, let me finish. And then when he started talking, she did for a second come off her mic. And we said, let him talk now. So both of them did the same thing. So why is one person emotional over another? And if we're
said, look, the question was this. Should we listen to another point of view from a fellow citizen who represents a wide-held viewpoint that might be typical of 300 of the 360 million people in this country that are citizens?
I agree.
Now, when you get that,
I'm talking about.
When you get
I'm
that,
talking about what happened on this space. He came up here. I appreciate everything Tony said. If another person come up here and want to challenge or disagree or push back against what you said, that is their right too. Everybody stay on their mic, please. It is their right to push back, whether they feel as though they need to correct. This is what X Space is about. And it's not, but how you're putting it is one person is more emotional over another.
I love your passion. You sound just like my sister, and can never put a word in, but I love her.
I had my hand up.
I know, but I several people with their hands up. I know several people. I'm muting everybody right now. It's several people's right. I'm gonna get to the hand.
I love you all, folks. I appreciate. It's almost like having a meeting with my family. I love it. This is, Judge Brown, God bless you, and Dana for putting this together, regardless of the opinions. That's the beauty of our America, right? That we can express ourselves without killing each other unless you come to a family dinner.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
Right. But and that's what I'm talking about too. But what I'm saying is, if a person come up and they want to push back against Tony comments, or they want to say you were wrong because of this, and this is why, blah, 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 blah. If she wasn't being emotional, she wasn't talking out her ass, You know what I'm saying? She's not less intelligent than anybody else. And don't try to paint that picture of somebody because you put that other person on a higher scale, or you may have more intellectual respect for one person over another. That doesn't mean to sit up here and tell that person, well, just be quiet. You may learn something. That is an insult. And
Well,
yes, I am
look,
speaking up for her because she's not here to
Dana,
speak for
Dana,
herself,
can I ask
and
you?
she don't
Can
want
I
to do
ask
the back
you?
and
Can
forth.
I ask you? Where's your family from in America?
They're from the South and the North.
North.
Midwest,
I mean, I grew up in
exact.
Washington, D.C. You don't have relatives there, do you?
Some.
Might be related.
I doubt it.
I don't doubt it.
My last
be
name on
surprised.
my father's side, he
Surprised at my
came.
family
No.
tree.
My last name from my father's side came from England, and then on my father's mother's side, they walked right off the plantation. On my mother's side, father's side, off the plantation. On my mother's side, Indian reservation.
Wow. Well, I came to America, and I have to tell you that I grew up in Washington D.C. So my first experience being the only light brown kid from the Mediterranean in an all black school. So it's an interesting way of seeing the world, especially when you're a 9-year-old. But anyway, I love you all, guys. I got it's about 4 o'clock in the morning here. So
That's why I say you gotta get ready for work, honey.
Oh, I'm just making sure the Russians don't shoot on this side of the world. You know.
No, I mean, listen. My whole thing here is this. You know, I don't care. You know what people say. Everybody has their own experience. They have their own lineage, their history with their lineage. It should be respected. And the fact is that I don't want another person, particularly a woman, to be belittled with what she says. And it's not emotional. It is just a fact. And it's not being angry. It is just being assertive. And it is a difference.
You know,
so let me get to the hands.
I'm going to tell you what I tell my wife. You're always right, dear.
Don't play with me, Tony. Have a good night.
Take care.
Because
yeah,
and your wife probably look at you like, get out my face before I hurt you.
One quick comment,
yes,
and it is: for years I operated courtrooms or performed in them, and a courtroom has a peculiar structure where there is absolute order if the person in charge chooses to impose it. That keeps the discussion going. That keeps everything centered, and matters can be resolved that are of intellectual import. All right? Emotions must be kept out of them, though there is occasionally the call for an impassioned delivery. But when I tell people, listen, you might learn something, it's the same reason that we used to have as a law firm, as a lawyer, or when you were dealing with something as a panel of trial judges to resolve something. You had focus groups, or you went through stuff so you could get the ideas from all sides rather than just getting too involved in your own particular outlook on things. When you listen, you get ideas that you might not have gotten that might help your position out rather than just saying, I don't want to hear them.
And I think you should take your own advice. I want to get to the hands.
I was saying. Listen.
I don't know who DJ is. You keep coming off your mic. You're not the next person to speak right now. Arkansas.
Sorry.
I did say I was coming to you, Arkansas. And let me go to Arkansas, then I'm gonna go to the Negro.
Yeah. And I can appreciate what oh shucks, I forgot his name. What he was talking about when he mentioned transfer of wealth. My only point in that conversation, which comes up all the time, especially when I'm talking to people about the projects that I'm working on, is that that's not my path and that's not my nature. when I grew up, the way that I grew up, the way that I was raised, is that you don't ask for anything from anybody. It doesn't matter if you got one slice of bacon in the house. You don't ask anything for anybody, because no matter how bad you think you are, somebody else is off a whole lot worse. And the people that I grew up with, just a quick story. Reverend Brown, he was a minister in Eastern Arkansas. Reverend Brown was sleeping. It was 1940. Reverend Brown woke up one night and he told his wife, that land down, he was a farmer, that land down there, I think I'm gonna put some houses down there and sell them to people. And the next day, Reverend Brown got up, he got his tractor, he started clearing this land for lots and sold the lots to people and built people houses. Now, he didn't go to the bank. Reverend Brown, he financed those houses for those people. They paid him mortgage. And eventually, the banks saw what he was doing, and they came in and they undercut him on the loans that he was giving those people. And instead of a whole community of houses, the progress that Reverend Brown was making came to a it was not an abrupt end, but a gradual end, because fewer and fewer people were recognizing Reverend Brown's ability to finance their home. That's the nature of capitalism. When that opportunity presents itself, you need to be able to take on that opportunity. But what Reverend Brown did, he gained the attention of banks and allowed other people to go in and finance their houses. It's the same thing with the neighborhood that I grew up in. Josephine Pankey came from Ohio, it came from Columbus, Ohio to Arkansas. While she was a teacher, she decided that she wanted to start a real estate company. She started a real estate company, residential and commercial real estate. And what Josephine Pankey would do, she purchased land and then she would sell lots to black families, because nobody else in Arkansas you couldn't buy land. Black people couldn't buy land anywhere else in Arkansas. Josephine Pankey financed those lots. And eventually she grew to the point to where all she had to do, if somebody wanted to buy a lot, she took that person down to the bank, and the bank carried the note for that lot and gave her her money. That is the nature of capitalism, and that's the opportunity that capitalism presents. And that's the nature of me. I don't need a handout from anybody. All I need is the brain that my grandparents gave me, and the drive and the pride to actually execute. So I don't cast any aspersions. I don't make any judgments about anyone else. My only point is, that's not me. I don't go looking for somebody to give me some money. I don't go looking for reparations, and I don't teach that to my grandkids. If I want to do something, I make a plan and I execute that plan and do the thing that I want to do. And again, I appreciate this. This was a very good conversation. The heated portion of it, the heated portion of it was frustrating, but there's a payoff at the end of that conversation, the way that conversation summed up. So Dana, this is a very good space. And that exchange was beneficial, and it speaks to what the judge was talking about. Listen and you might learn something. And I'm talking about me, because I started to get off of it, but I didn't, and I continued to listen. And the summation of that exchange, I certainly learned something, and reminded me of the value of passion and the conviction that people have, and listening them through it. So I appreciate that, good people.
No, and I appreciate you. I love it when I don't know, from what I know, this is like your second time being on speaker. I always love it when you come up on to speak and be one of the speakers. Um, it's nothing wrong with passion. You had over 100,000 people marching on Christmas and today in New York City. Passion. You had another 100,000+ in London. Paris shut down the whole city of Paris. That's passion. More Black people need to have that type of aggression and passion. So if you want to say that's being emotional, whatever. And yeah, it is a good discussion. Me and the judge, we do have our back and forth where everybody just need to be quiet, honey. But I want everybody that come up here to be heard and to be respected. And if you need to argue, argue respectfully. But I definitely appreciate you, Arkansas, and I always love what you got to say. The Negro, and then I'll go
Well
to DJ.
said, by the way. Well said. And Dana and I do our fussing, and sometimes I'm used to when I walk into work, everybody stands up until I give them permission to sit down, and they don't talk unless I give them permission to talk. I did that for 35 years, so maybe a little bit too much, but I was keeping order in the court, so to speak, so business could be conducted. And passion is a good thing, but it has to be in its place and under control.
The Negro, and then DJ, and then we're gonna wrap it up.
Hey, good afternoon, Judge and Dana. How's things going? I'm just gonna read off the title. What will happen if Israel lose? They're gonna bring their asses over here, and I want them to stay over there. That might sound wrong or evil, but they can keep over there. Our ancestors done enough for them. We built a nation for them. We came for them in World War II. They need to hold their own, respectfully. That's the first thing I want to get off my chest about that. Second thing I want to get off my chest is this reparations discussion that I've been hearing, that people think that it's a handout. It's not a handout. It's what's owed, right? We got to get that really, really clear. When you look at the Zuckerbergs of the world, when you look at Elon Musk, they're the ones who's getting the handout from the government off the taxpayer dollar to increase their businesses, but they never support the Black-owned businesses or the Negro businesses at all at these banks. So, yeah, I think reparations is owed due to the fact of the neglect of them not giving us the services that's needed so that we can improve our businesses so we won't have to rely on these white folks. So, let's be really honest and frank about that discussion instead of putting on the bootstraps and going for a hike. So that's just some of the things I have heard. I definitely going to push back and comment on, because reparations is what's owed, and it's going to be the talking point from here on to infinity until we get what's owed. I find it very sad when people don't want to acknowledge what's owed, because I don't know what their reasons are. I just think that they're just living in a world of denial when it comes to our economic oppression, and that we're going to be reaching zero wealth in 2053. And it's already being accelerated due to the fact of COVID-19 and other things that are working against us. Also, during the eras that these guys are mentioning, is the power of the dollar was a lot stronger than it is today. So with inflation and other things, yeah, they need to be cutting the check so we can take care of business. So I'm going to leave it off with that.
I'll say something just for the discussion.
Oh, I didn't realize I was on mute. After you, Judge, DJ, then the real queen.
My grandfather, born in 1850, was around when there was real reparations, and he talked about it. 40 acres and one army mule, 40 acres of confiscated rebel land. Throughout his long lifetime, and he lived to be more than 100, he didn't die until the early 1950s. And he was lucid all the way to the end, and he wrote a journal and left it to me. He talked about several times reparations got to be the hot issue for Black people. My father was born in 1910 and my mother was born in 1917, and they discussed with me at some length reparations as an issue that got brought up I know when I was in junior high school, reparations came up. It came up in college too. As a matter of fact, afterwards, when they used to hound us about repaying student loans, I'd just say, look, I'm just paying back the interest compounded semi-annually. Well, I'm just using the interest I'm owed compounded at a reasonable rate semi-annually on 40 acres and one goddamn mule. This is not the first time reparations has come up, but it has the same outcome and it sounds the same flavor. I had a college roommate, best buddy from high school, also a fellow lawyer, and he worked on reparations as a professional issue for a long time with the same result. And I would like it, no question about it. I'd also like to win the big lottery. I can see how it's something that we earned, but in my line of business, I've dealt with a whole lot over the last half century where people earned something and didn't get it. They either got away with something or they didn't get paid for something and they got cheated or they got conned out of something. And there was no real way of getting any redress for the wrong that they suffered or that they imposed on others. So I would make a strong suggestion that is a practicality. Um, Put people in office that might help you out. That's called the Black Caucus. But since we were talking about Israel, the Black Caucus has a reparations committee. And the chairman of the Black Caucus's reparations committee is named Steve Cohen. He's from Memphis. He represents the 9th Congressional District. He's white, he's gay, and he's Jewish. And that's who's in charge of the issue of reparations when it comes to acquiring that for 60 some million Black Americans who might be entitled to it.
All
So
right.
that is a reality that is allowed to fester. So when we don't get serious about the issue, I just say, hey, it's a nice issue, but I'd have a good time if I won the big lottery, a few
All right.
$100 million, but I can't stop everything and focus on conning out or
All
lottery
right. So
tickets.
this is the thing. This is not the reparation space. It's not. And I don't know why we're having this conversation. And that goes back into when we was just doing our back and forth. This is not about reparations today. I'm sorry. Now I'm gonna let DJ drop down. I'll let Real Queen, and if you want to say something about reference, fine. But you say what you got to say, and then I'm ending the space. Now, Judge, you want to be on News Total Space tomorrow night. That's definitely going to be all about reparations. But tonight it's not about reparations. And honestly, the question, your rhetorical question that's going back to Tony or whatever, which was a small portion. And then you had Asa come up, and counter what you were saying, a small portion. I'm not trying to have the reparations conversation. How did it get from that to this whole breakdown of it? I don't care what somebody feels about it. I don't care if you think we may get it or not. The conversation that I would never have, which is why you want to hear a lot of assertiveness on who gets it and who don't and who's qualified. We already past that. To your point, Judge, it is about getting serious and doing the work to make sure if you want something that you fight for it and you demand it. Not to have the conversation on who gets it and who don't, or do I qualify? We are past that. So, and I did not specifically want to talk about reparations because that shit is so tiring. If I am going to talk about reparations, it is about tactics. And a lot of times you don't have those conversations in a public forum.
Here's
And if
what I
black
brought
people,
it up
if
with.
black people need to keep talking about reparations on who gets it, you're not serious about reparations. We know who gets it. We know who is supposed to get it, who is qualified. I don't care if you think that we should. We don't need nobody's permission. What we need is to get our shit together and demand it and go get it. It's not about asking for a handout. The way these corporations get all types of grants and tax credits on a state and federal level, because corporations is considered a person under the Constitution, they don't ask for a handout. They actually demand it. They demand all types of handouts from the government. But it's a way you go by doing it. I do want to go to Real Queen, and then Judge, I'll have you close out.
Okay, I have no issue with what you said. I was just bringing it up in terms of
save your voice for tomorrow, honey, because
no, hold on,
that's going to be something.
Hold on. A gentleman much earlier had brought up how few the number of Jews is in the world and in the United States, and what influence they have. And black people have many more numbers in the United States than the Jewish community has. But we don't have that influence. So my point was directed toward this. It's reparations, but that's only ancillary to the bigger picture that got brought up. Why is it this select group of people, a small group of people, has such tremendous influence? So one of the things I said was inherent in what I was doing is listen to this guy. He's giving you a perspective that you have to counter. I didn't get a chance to go there. I should, but when the Jewish community is confronted with something like this, I bet you they have the equivalent of focus groups to listen to what's out there to figure out a way around it. And that's all the point was. He asked a rhetorical question, and it presented an opportunity for us to get an example to see how this much smaller group has one of the heaviest influence schedules in the whole world. The planet,
and he did get an answer.
Yeah, well, the planet is dependent upon what's happening to a great extent in the Middle East. Do we worry about roasted cockroaches who have been nuclear irradiated because of this mess? You see, our
wait. Can you save it for the? I want to get to Real Queen.
I'll pass on it. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead, Real Queen.
Can you guys hear me or no?
Yes.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, great. No one owes Black people reparations. First and foremost, everything that has ever happened to Blacks by whites has been atoned for by white people. Tulsa, Oklahoma, whatever you name it. And the way I see it, Black people are fastly moving in a position where we're going to owe white people reparations for all the smash and grabs, the knockout games, the murders, the robbery, the looting, and the stealing. See, reparations as a word means repair, not monetary necessarily. It means repair. Are we still slaves? No. Can we own property? Yes. Are we paid for our labor? Yes. Where do white people owe us reparations? And this is an honest question. I'm sick of the narrative myself because it's a welfare mentality and an entitlement mentality narrative for lazy people who don't want to work. Nobody owes Black people reparations. It's my opinion.
Real quick, are you Black or what is your background? May I ask?
My background is Black and white mix.
Okay, you're mixed.
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah, because we're about to close out, but I definitely, I think that you should go to News Toter, follow News Toter, right? Go to his space tomorrow. The judge is going to be hosting that space tomorrow, and that conversation would definitely be picked up on that space. And I think that what you just said, should be heard on that space. And I think you should be able to take the rebuttals that you will receive, and I'm not being funny though, and so we all can learn. So I really want to direct you to News Toter. Go to that space tomorrow. I will be there. And this is a little FYI, everybody that go to News Total Space tomorrow, because I have a feeling it's going to get hot and heavy, and nobody, man or woman, better not come out their mouth with a derogatory curse word towards the judge, honey, because I will come for your ass. I'm just letting that be known right now, because people want to be upset. However, everybody want to be upset in a respectful way. But you disagree and you want to go battle with the judge, that's fine. But you would not call this man any names, and it would not be no curses thrown.
And you might run into me on the street. That's not
Yeah,
good.
but you pack, and I don't think they want to run into you on the street because you pack, you stay ready. But okay, Robbie, don't everybody else don't request to come out because we've been up here for 4 hours and only wanted to do 3 hours, and that's the judge's fault because he got into the conversation of reparations, which was not the topic. So I'm gonna go to Robbie, but real queen, follow News Toter. The judge is going to be on that space tomorrow, and I think you will definitely bring that different element to it.
Could you, what is it? DM me that link or something?
I'll DM it. Yes, I will definitely DM it to you. Yes. Go ahead, Robbie.
Hello, Dana. Hello, Judge. Enjoyed the space. To answer the question in the room, what will happen if Israel loses? I'm gonna tell you that's not gonna happen. Regardless of your morality, because they've made sure Israel is armed to the T, and Israel has Big Brother America to bail them out if they get any problems. And the European powers have an invested interest to keep Israel looking lily white because it substantiates all the other religious claims and all the mythology and patriotic mythology that has garnered militaries, for the last 1,000 years, at least how they've told the narrative. Which brings us to the next point with our friend Real Queen. This is not directed at her directly, but when we hear those kind of arguments, what that is that's the difference between a wolf and a Shih Tzu. A Shih Tzu used to be a wolf, but when you domesticate a wolf and you take the fight out of the wolf and you refine the wolf to be what you want it to be, it becomes something very comfortable, manageable, and non-threatening. And I think what happens is, a lot of us are fighting that domestication because we've always had to go up the hard side of the road. But that's why we have some of our white counterparts that will commit suicide because they're too comfortable. They've been way too comfortable, and not to to disparage the LGBTQ community, but I think that's also what we see the Democratic Party trying to do if we're not careful, is to soften our babies. We're not just in the NFL because we don't have the intellectual prowess. We've had 400 years of gene manipulation. To quote Chris Rock, is N-word effing large. You got a collection of gene pool. Think of all that hard work and turmoil that we went through so for someone to say, well, our reparations is one black man who went through all of that to hit the NFL, you're highly mistaken. When you inherit America as the greatest country on earth, you also inherit her debts. So anybody that's a non-factor, I totally get it. I'm a conservative. I'm an independent, right? I'm not somebody that's just going to vote blue and not use my brain. But at the same point in time, those in this country who are fascists don't respect any of us who want to be a human urinal. We can have a backbone. We don't have to be Tim Scott. I think the judge is a good example of a man's man who's going to call a spade a spade. There's certain things we're liberal about. There's certain things we're conservative about. But the last thing we need to do is to be a Shih Tzu in a world where they are grooming wolves. And I'll land my plane there.
Thank you. All right. So
were those attacks or what? All that stuff you said about me.
Again, a hit dog may holler, it's bigger than you, ma'am. It's about a mindset. I don't know you personally. Hold on, wait. I don't know you personally, but I can. Okay, please have some emotional intelligence.
No, please don't throw the word emotion. Nobody is being emotional. She asked you a question. Like, why is it when we refer to women, they got to throw in the adjective emotional?
Yeah,
it's not just for women. That's for anyone. That's including myself.
Sir, you do realize you, I, everyone on this panel is emancipated and free. We descend not from slaves, but emancipated free blacks. You realize that, huh, sir?
I'm gonna make
I'm
sure I
not.
remind my white counterparts that when they cry and they go into the whole Alex Jones routine, it's the blacks, folks. Oh my God, my 401k is going down. It's Obama, his bunker. It's Obama, his bunker. The economy is about to go into the toilet.
All
Oh
right.
my God, it's the
Okay.
black. It's all
Stop.
about black on black
Okay.
crime.
Everyone's talking over
We
each
don't need
other, and the
reparations.
audio is messed up. The audio is not coming out clear. Say a last statement, real queen, and then I need the judge to close this out.
Yeah, I was just wondering if he could answer the question, right? Because we're not descendants from slaves. In 1863, Black people were emancipated and freed. The lineage changed.
Just
Our
those in the
lineage,
South, just those in states in rebellion, just those,
yeah,
not
but they
everybody.
never had slaves in the North, though.
No, not the North either. The Emancipation Proclamation only freed the slaves in the states in rebellion. The rest of them stayed slaves.
Because they chose to be, right?
No, I'm saying the 13th Amendment ended slavery.
Mm-hmm.
Up until the 13th Amendment, which was 1866, what happens is that um, the Emancipation Proclamation issued in 1863 only freed the slaves in the states that were in rebellion, not all of the states.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the law. That's just a technical point.
But you do agree, no Black person living today um, was ever in slavery.
Well, no, but my grandfather, who
So
I
those
was on
people
the
in
side
prison
of,
ain't slaves, ma'am?
no, hold on. My grandfather, that I was sitting on the side of the bed of when he died
Mm-hmm.
in the early 1950s, was more than 100 years old. He was born 1850. He was very dark skinned. He wasn't a slave because his father, who got captured by the Dahomian bitches over there and sent over after the slave trade was over, got himself free. Other grandfather, great grandfather of mine, who was somebody that I met when he was very old, he cut his master's head off and ran off to Canada. And another one was a Choctaw Indian, so that didn't even apply to him. So, et cetera, et cetera. And the other one was an Irishman. That's where I got the high pale from. So nobody in my family had to be freed. We got free or we weren't slaves to begin with. So it is what it is. Now, I appreciate the sentiment, but yeah, but that's your perspective. Some people think they're earnestly entitled to reparations, some don't. Sometimes reparations is restorative, and actually, in the long run, I tend to agree with you that people might be profited more greatly by being restored to a healthy condition.
All right.
It is what it is.
It's a person that's requesting to come up, but I said I wanted to end the space.
Let him come up.
This is the last person. Anybody requesting after him, I'm not gonna let anybody else because I need to close out this space. We're like an hour over. Bracy Research. You can unmute. Bracy, unmute. Bracy Research. All right, never mind. I do want people to go to buy Judge Joe Brown barbecue sauce. You could go to Amazon, just type in Judge Joe Brown barbecue sauce. The link is in the jumbotron. It will be promoted on News Toters Twitter Space and every Twitter Space going forward. Judge Joe Brown barbecue sauce. It is very, very, very delicious. I don't use any other barbecue sauce but his. And you could purchase it straight through Amazon. Convenient and it's affordable. And you get hot spice. You get hot. You get spicy, original, and the chicken seasoning. All right, so everybody that came up, the speakers from the beginning and all the way down to the end, I really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Even people that's been listening overseas, I appreciate you guys. And I really respect and appreciate everybody, what everybody had to say. I don't agree with everyone, and that's fine. Arguments, discussions, that's fine too, as long as you're not being derogatory or disrespectful. So people that they got under the collar, honey, when me and the judge was going back and forth. But y'all gotta understand, honey, I'm the only one that could go back and forth with him like that. Nobody else can. So I'm the exception to a rule. So but yeah, but I appreciate everybody coming up, saying their opinions and questions. Much love and respect. And everybody on YouTube, love you guys so much. Thank you guys for hanging in there, listening. Ben Frank, Soul Weapon, everybody, TJ, Marcia, yeah, NC. And Judge, you will be on News Toter's Twitter space tomorrow. And that is going to be a real hot Twitter space. And I'm just going to remind people again, you're going to be upset with what the judge has to say. He is going to come with the facts from the law and from history. You could disagree, you may even argue, but you will not be cursing or calling him any derogatory word, because you will get cussed out by me.
Well, I don't mind if people want to curse. It's just that if
No,
you
not
get
saying
me,
F you,
no,
not
no, no,
doing
no.
all
I'm
that.
just saying this. I'm don't have anything I'm running for, anything like that. I used to like running the dozens when I was in junior high and high school and elementary school. So if you get me going, it might get embarrassing to you, but it is what it is.
And that topic is, how far back do you condemn slavery? So, and that's, of course, reparations is going to be mentioned.
Go back in condemning slavery?
Right. So that's tomorrow night, 8 p.m. News Toter Twitter space. So make sure y'all go and tune in. And Judge, please close us out.
Well, anyway, it's been a very interesting conversation. I was intruding into this by, I guess, insisting that we listen to contributing views. And one of the things I think that is going wrong in this republic right now is that we don't listen to each other. There are times when we have to depend upon each other, but we don't listen anymore. And if somebody doesn't say something that matches our particular perspective, we tend not to give them a hearing, and we ought to, because we might learn something. Somebody just said that. I didn't want to listen initially, but I learned something when I did. I learned something from what was being said. It hadn't dawned on me that this thing with the Ottoman Empire, which was the sick Turk, the sick man of Europe, is what they called it, leading up to World War I, actually had a situation where they still had an active condition of slavery into the early 20th century. That ties in with what was going in Eastern and Southern Africa, which is back to the Swahili thing. And we were talking about Kwanzaa. Swahili is a pidgin language invented by the Dutch and the Arabs to facilitate the ivory and slave trade that was still going on in East Africa as late as the 20th century. So we have to understand that there are nuances to things. There are situations that are related to other situations. And sometimes when you give your support to one situation, you are actually doing yourself a disservice by helping something out that you don't like. So just be aware of these things. Pay attention to the landscape. Watch your six. Be situationally aware. Now, I'll end it with that.
All right. Great space. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your holidays. Enjoy the rest of your week. And we'll see you guys hopefully tomorrow on News Toter Twitter Space with Judge Joe Brown. And please go get his barbecue sauce. And Judge Joe Brown.
You like the stuff.
Yeah. And every Tuesday, the judge hosts a Twitter Space. So we're here Tuesday, and we will be back next week Tuesday. But this is his Twitter Space. I just facilitated and put my 2 cents in it here and there. But thank you, everybody, all the speakers, all the listeners, everybody on YouTube. Appreciate you guys. And we'll see you next week Tuesday. And catch Judge Joe Brown tomorrow on News Toter's Twitter Space.
Hey, get you some sauce so you can get fired up and really passionate about what you're about.
Right. All right. Good night.